we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
Party next week, and I am very much looking forward to it. But tonight we got a show to do. We're talking Bigfoot in Ohio. Why does everything strange happen in Ohio? Yeah, Mike Miller is here from the Ohio Night Stalkers, and we're going to learn all about their searches around the forests of Ohio tonight. Before we bring Big Bad Mike in, and I'm going to trust me when I say this, he's got a fantastic goatee, very thickly filled, very nice goatee, and we gotta make sure that all of you get a good view of this. It's impressive. Before we get this going, race fan, thank you for being in the gold medal position. Nightmare taking home the silver. Mr. Lurks-a-Lot in the bronze medal. And B, Stunning Samantha. Big Bad Yay. Awesome Ann Palmer. Welcome to SOR Chat. John Swan, good to see you, my friend. Mark Longoria, thank you for coming on in. Shelley Montgomery is here. She'll be signing autographs after the show. Line up to the left of the studio, if you don't mind. To the left of the studio. Eris Mana, gorgeous Kathy Evans, and Shelley, once again, thank you for kicking off the Super Chat tonight. Very much appreciate your love and support of SOR. Thank you very much. Peter, what's happening? Matthew Kennedy is here. He'll be signing autographs after the show as well. Line up to the right of the studio. Mike Gematria, welcome to SOR Chat. Shelley Morrison, nice to have you back. Thank you for joining us. The gorgeous Liliopatra. There she is. All right, who else do we have in our room tonight? Let us see here. Oh, the Lip Blade is here. The Lip Blade, there he is, right there. Yep, waxed and all. He is ready for tonight's show. Who else do we have in our chat room tonight? Let us take a see here. Oh, well, let's go live on Facebook. Goodness me. There we go. Finally. All right. Dirty Fylth. Good to see you. Lovely Laura. Thanks for coming on in. Luscious Jules. Good to see you. Holy cow. There he is on a Friday night. It's Doug Shelby, everyone. The Doug Shelby has arrived. We can officially start the show. 405er, E. Niles. Nice to have you here. Drake C. Nice to see you again. Adam Lakatos. Thank you so much for that hard-working Canadian super chat right there, my friend. Keep on trucking. Thank you very much for your support of SOR. Very much appreciate it. And moving on here, one of our favorite veterans, Black Dragon, the Marine. We love you around here, my friend. Mennonite Abe, always a pleasure to have you here. And who else is joining us? Noble Patrick has arrived. Dog Next Door, good to see you. And there's the lovely Cindy. Thank you for joining us. And as we continue on, scrolling on down, who do we have here? Well, let's see who's next in line. Millennium is next in line. There he is. Take a bow, Millennium. And Roger Bowles, welcome to SOR Chat. It's been a long time. And who else is here? Lars Janssen. He's number 13 in your program, skating for IFK Tumba. Vaughn Patrick, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Latro, good to see you, my friend. The lovely Jenny White Bear, nice to have you here again. We love you around here. Nate Foote is here. Big Bad Nate Rudd. Yeah, he's filling his pockets full of autographs on Hallmark cards with him and his son, Corey. Digger Dog, nice to have you here. Tater Peel, welcome to SOR Chat. John Slaymaker. Glenn Dannison, welcome. And the lovely Jan, thank you for coming on in. JG Hartwell, Fabster, War Eagle. Nice to have you all here. Tater Peel, thank you so much for that awesome super chat. Very much appreciate that. Thank you for the love, man. And who else we got here? Bobby Broadway. And who else here? Nicholas Shaughnessy. The gorgeous Stacy Tillman Mask has returned. George Hernandez. James Overly. Welcome to SOR Chat. The stunning Amy WC. Dry Toast. The best name on YouTube right there. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for that super chat. Dry Toast. Very much appreciate it. James Escobar. Welcome to SOR Chat. And we only got about 20 seconds here. Darren Elquist. Simon Condon. Nice to have you back. Life of a Hermit. Welcome to SOR Chat. And we are caught up. The super chat is open. It's a great way to support what we do on this show. And if you're looking for SOR swag, do us a favor. Go to our website, spacedoutradio.com. If you're a hockey fan, we put up a goalie mask full of woo on there tonight. So, hey, check it on out. But right now, I need a favor, people. Horns up. Let's rock. From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on TalkStream Live, Odyssey Radio, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot. Read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. We got a great show tonight as we are going into the forests of Ohio to go search for Sasquatch. Mike Miller is here from the Ohio Night Stalkers. Then we're going to head off to the swamp. Our resident swamp dweller has another spooky story for us. And, of course, the fedora-wearing Jon Hudson returns for the unbiased UFO report. Shirky Poo's got the news as well. You know, I don't know what it is with the state of Ohio, but there's always something weird going on there. Whether it's dogmen, Sasquatch, UFOs, aliens, frogmen of Loveland, I don't know what's in the water of Ohio. But this is really cool because tonight we have Mike Miller here from the Ohio Night Stalkers. And this dude, with the size of his goatee, he is literally scaring Sasquatch right out of the forest and bringing them right on in and said, hey, guy, let's have an arm wrestle. Let's have a little chat. Let's figure out what the hell is going on with you in this cryptid world. But on a serious note, these guys take their investigations very seriously, the entire Ohio Night Stalkers team. And we're going to learn about what it is about Ohio and the area to try and figure out how Sasquatch is living right in central U.S. Mike Miller, welcome to Spaced Out Radio, my friend. How are you doing?
Hello. Thank you. Nice to be here. Thanks for having me.
Right on, man.
I'm doing good.
And look at that goatee. Look at that goatee. It is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. You know, and you look like a cryptid hunter, my friend. You know, our radio audience won't be able to see it unless they go on our YouTube channel afterwards. But seriously, man, you look like a cryptid hunter. You look like you could kick some butt and take names out in the forest.
Well, I don't know about that, but it's just something I got into by accident. A local channel 7 News had a report on TV, and I thought it was the funniest thing I ever heard because I thought if Bigfoot existed, it would have to be, Pacific Northwest, maybe upstate New York, but I didn't think Ohio had enough area of woods to have anything like that running around. So I laughed, but it got me interested. So I started, messing around online and stumbled into stories and started reading them, and most of them I laughed and I thought it was ridiculous, and I thought these people are drunk, stoned, it was probably a deer they heard. But a couple of the stories I read kind of creeped me out a little bit, and got my curiosity going, and he kills a cat, and I wound up getting hooked. So that's how it all began.
Now, the fact that you go from laughing at a television to where you are today, I mean, how many years in between this happening, man?
Wow, that's probably about 14, 15 years ago. Yeah.
No kidding. No kidding. So here we are 14, 15 years later. I'm going to assume you're quite the believer of the Sasquatch now.
I believe before I just didn't think anything was in Ohio. I just didn't think we had enough area, and I don't feel that way anymore. Especially some of the stuff that's happened to us. I have to shout out to Mike Feltner because he was going to be here tonight, but he's having some phone issues, and I think he's a little bit under the weather. So, but anyway, so he's not here tonight. But they're in Ohio, and I know some people out west laugh about that, but they're here. I mean, and all you got to do is look at the Indian stories and the Indian names, and the Indians we have here in the Midwest all have names and terms for Bigfoot also. I just think, and no offense to Pacific Northwest, because I've been there and I love it. I come back to Ohio and I'm like, our rivers are brown and look horrible. I was out there and there was trees and everything was blue. But I think if there's a major discovery that's going to happen, it's going to be in a place like Ohio because, don't hang up on me or get mad. See, in the Pacific Northwest, Bigfoot can step back in the shadows and he's gone. And unless you got months off of work and you got a horse and can go try to follow him, you're SOL. But here in Ohio, we got roads crisscrossing everywhere, and Bigfoot's kind of cut off. And you can kind of find out where things are happening, and you look at a map of the terrain and the water, water systems and all that. You can kind of say, okay, I think I know where you're hiding out at, and you can kind of get closer than you normally could. But that's my final answer.
I actually like that answer because, much like Washington State, where I am here in British Columbia, I mean, all they have to do is move 3 feet to the left and they're gone. I mean, it's that thick of forest up here.
Yep, yep.
And so I think that that's actually a brilliant type of analogy that I have never, ever really thought about, Mike, regarding this. We're going to get more into that later. But for you, when you decided 14, 15 years ago to start looking into this creature more, what convinced you that you had to go into the forest and look for this? How did you start?
Well, reading the reports is what kind of got it started. And most of them I laughed at, but there was two in particular. One, a guy said he didn't know what was in his backyard, but he had a German Shepherd, and I grew up with a German Shepherd, so I'm partial to him. And his 5-year-old male German Shepherd came through the glass on the screen door to get back in the house, ran to the furthest point away in the house, and peed itself. And those dogs don't do that. So that story kind of raised my eyebrows. And then there was another one that was just north of where I lived at the time. And a lady was walking along the river with her kids, and something whistled, and she thought it was someone fishing the river and it was playing around. And they whistled back and forth. And the whistles on this thing went so high up in octave. She was a music teacher. She's like, wait a minute, people can't do that. And her son kind of was lagging behind and supposedly seen this thing, had to have therapy and all that. And she called the police. And at the time, I was younger and skinnier, and I played a lot of softball. And one of the guys on the team had a brother that was a cop. And I contacted him and said, hey, I'm not trying to find out this lady's name or anything, but I just want to know if this is a real story or just something someone put on the internet. And about 4 weeks later, I get an answer. And this guy says, yeah, that really happened. The cops went to that location. So I'm like, man, I got to go. So, and I was married at the time, and I took my wife at the time's cousin, and we decided to go back there and just look, because I wanted to be able to say at least once to my son, hey, I went to this place where there was a supposed Bigfoot report, just for the giggles of it all. So we went, and went down there, had a copy of the report. I found this pond where this thing was like near or whatever, and retraced her steps the best I could. And I thought, okay, it's a lot woolier back here than I thought, because this is fairly close to the freaking airport in Dayton. So I was thinking, there's no damn way, And but anyway, I was probably one and done until I found two wet imprints in the gravel. Now, it had rained in over a month. It was in mid-August, 90 degrees, and I couldn't figure out how this ground was wet. And I wear a 13.4E in a shoe. These spots, they didn't have those or anything like that, but it was longer than in a spot. I'm standing there trying to figure out.
Mike, you're breaking up just a little bit there. Your internet's breaking up just a little bit there. So the part that we heard was we heard your massive foot size of a 13E, and I have no idea how you even get into shoes with a 13E, to be honest. And Mike is frozen up here. We'll try and get him back here momentarily as we try and fix the connection request here on Space Out Radio. Hey, sometimes tech issues happen. They do. Sometimes they happen. Let's bring him on in here. All right. We're going to try and bring him in here momentarily. Mike, can you hear us?
I'm back.
All right. We caught you up to the part. We caught you back up to the part of where you were telling us your massive foot size compared to this footprint that you saw.
Well, this footprint was longer than my foot and wider. And I had to stand in it. I had a straddle to stand in this. And then I thought, well, maybe someone spilled kerosene or something. So I knelt down. I touched the rocks. They were wet. It was water, thank goodness. And it dawned on me, something I actually learned in school that I could remember, not algebra or anything like that, but something had stood there heavy enough to press the ground down. That water came from the water table below and filled up them spots, which meant that thing was standing there when we walked out in there. And the hair stood up on the back of my neck, and that freaked me the heck out. And this was like 1 or 2 in the afternoon, and we got out of there. But that right there just kind of pulled me in. And then I found another web page that was in Ohio, and I started looking at blurry pictures and all that. But eventually I hooked up with someone named George Taylor, who took me to a park, and he pretty much walked me through. And then we went off the trail, even though you're not supposed to. Don't do that, kids. Follow the rules. But anyway, and he showed me sign. He showed me natural tree breaks and wind damage and storm damage, and he showed me unnatural. He showed me the difference, and all this stuff kept adding up. And the more I looked, it's almost like stepping inside of a door, but not all the way. And I kind of did that with Bigfoot, thinking I'm not going to find nothing, so this isn't going to take long. I'll be right back. No, I got pulled through the door, and the door shut behind me.
I know that feeling of going down the rabbit hole all too well, my friend. And it is a fun rabbit hole to go down. I mean, to think, though, that creature could have been staring at you from that spot when you guys entered in. I mean, you're a big man. This thing's much larger. I mean,
Right.
How small did you feel?
I'm glad it was daylight, and we got out of there. We didn't stick around, and so chimpanzee can kill or smaller than a male, but can still rip our face off. So I don't want to tangle with anything like that. But it was an odd feeling.
I mean,
it creeped you out.
Could you? I don't know if you believe in this or not, but could you feel its energy kind of around at that time?
At that time, I was so naive. the hair on the back of my neck was standing up, and I didn't feel like we were there by ourselves. But at that point, we're out of there. And now I look at things different, and I pay attention to my surroundings, and I try to make mental notes. But back then, it was just I was like a kid at Christmas time, wide-eyed and everything. And no, I was just kind of along for the ride that day.
My goodness. My goodness. And you've been hooked ever since on trying to
Yes.
find Sasquatch. Now, there are many theories out there as to what Sasquatch is. And, there's a lot of theories and there are a lot of opinions. And I like to try and differ between the both of them because I think opinion is dangerous in any type of field that we investigate. But in your theory, what do you think Sasquatch is? What are you looking for?
I don't know, but this might disappoint some people, but and I think the other Mike, I'm speaking for him also. We're pretty convinced it's terrestrial. It's been here. It wasn't brought by space aliens to mine gold, because they would have formed a union and they would have got better pay and everything. But anyway, all kidding aside, it was here before the white man came to America. They were already here with the Native Americans, so we didn't bring those stories over. They were here, and I think they lived alongside the Native Americans because they weren't tearing everything up and putting in strip malls, and they weren't killing everything left and right, and they lived in closer proximity. And I think they were more of a daytime, normal kind of a sleep schedule thing. But then we show up, and then progress and everything, and they become a more of a night creature because of that, to try to keep from confronting us, or running into us at the same time, same place, same time kind of thing. I kind of rambled
Right.
there on your question, but I think Bigfoot is some, maybe part hominid, maybe part ape, maybe something along the evolutionary thing there. Ran into a cave. There was a storm one night, and there was a female, and things happen. I don't know, but it's I think it's flesh and blood. But that's how I feel.
There's a lot of people out there who would debate that, and I think that the debate is definitely something that is warranted because we don't know what this creature is. We can have opinions, but we can't be shooting down everything that kind of goes along with it. So for you, having the opinion that this could be a flesh and blood type creature, when you look at it and you see something weird that the First Nations have said about this, whether it's cloaking or disappearing, how do you react to stories like that?
Well, I've seen some of the shows where they found hairs that don't match anything, and those hairs have a different taper and almost different colors as you go down the shaft of the hair. I think they are built for their environment. I think they can turn. I think they use things around them. I don't know how, I've been hiking before and walked 2 or 3 feet away from a deer because it was in a certain color, bushes and stuff, and I couldn't even see it. And I was looking straight ahead, and it jumped out, and I lost about 10 years off my life. I think it's built for its terrain, and I think it's a master of blending in. I just can't go to the cloaking thing because that puts it in the. I like Star Trek too, but I can't go there. I just think it's anatomy, something that we don't know because we haven't been able to study it. It's got something, just like those freaking goats that get on the side of those mountains, where they're freaking, 90-degree angle. They're built to do that. And Bigfoot is built, that, people talk about how they disappear. The way their foot is structured, Dr. Jeffrey Meldon is, he's a heck of a scientist, and he's explained, how they locomote and all that. They're built to move in that terrain, run up them hills, and they're built to blend in and hide. Just like other animals. How does a tiger blend in? It's orange and black, but it gets in the foliage and it's gone. Kind of that's how I kind of see it. But you know what? I'm not a scientist. It's just my guess, and everybody's entitled to their opinion. I'm just saying that this one's mine.
No, and I think that's fair. I think that is a very fair. And the one thing that I like about it is, this is what you are comfortable with in looking for. Where I have an issue with it is when you get people who are claiming that they are chasing down a monkey or chasing down scientific evidence when they're not doing anything scientific, or unless you're part of the BFRO and you see the prints that stop, claiming that the foot, when they walk backwards in their track and leave the perfect print on top of the print that they already made. That's where I have issues with a little bit of that stuff. But you know what? Until we find one, we don't know what it is. And I think it's naive of any of us, whether it's those who believe in the woo or those who believe in the evolutionary theory of the creature, to claim that they know 100% what it is. And I just want to know what the hell it is in the first place.
Right. I'll tell you. I'll share you a little story. A couple years ago, we had. This is only about. How many listeners have seen the program we were on, Tearing the Woods, or These Woods Are Haunted, about the story where we were run out of the area in Adams County, Ohio in 2014. But we were about maybe 5 miles, by the way the crow flies, from there a couple years ago in another area. And we believe they were kind of using this area to, kind of let their young run around and stuff. Well, of course, we went in there one night and we decided to do some call blasting. And Cody Pauly, one of our members, has got one of those, kick butt call blasters. It's got the real animal sounds already downloaded on it. And we played a wolf howling. Now, I don't think there's any more wolves in Ohio, but it was something to stir things up, because we go to an area and we pretty much sit in chairs, but we're all looking at a different angle. So we're looking 360, and we're sitting pitch black, and we talk normal voice for 45 minutes. Nothing happened. We play the wolf howling. We waited a few minutes. We played wolves howling. And it wasn't 10 minutes after that, something up on the ridge line, there was a drop off to our right and a big high ridge to our left. We were like in the middle of that. And something came towards us up on the ridge, and like I'm going to call a distress call. It sounded like a young kind of a gibbon monkey kind of a sound. But this thing came towards us, and then Mike come up and, you hear that? I said, yeah. And he didn't think it was a deer, and I didn't think it was a deer, because I thought deer normally lay down. They don't come towards you. And I said, well, we're going to know here pretty soon. And it wasn't 20 minutes after that thing quit, we were bombarded with rocks. And we've had them thrown before, to where they threw rocks like in your vicinity to tell you to get out of here. This was different. They were pegging the vehicles and doing damage. It was like, get out of here now.
I had a story
to me,
just
that
the
was
other day.
that was the reaction of a living creature, because I'm just guessing. Yeah, I'm not.
You're breaking up
on this, but I think this. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Can you hear me now?
Gotcha.
Okay, but this thing reacted like a living flesh and blood creature, because what it did is, I believe the wolf howl scared a couple of their young ones, because it was a real animal noise that they probably never heard before, and they felt threatened. So this thing was doing the distress call. Well, mom and dad and cousins showed up to protect it. They didn't find a coyote or a wolf running around. They found us down on that road. And that's why they come down there and bombed us with rocks, because we scared the little ones. To me, that's an animal protecting its own.
Very much so. Mike Miller from the Ohio Night Stalkers is here on Spaced Out Radio. We're going to continue with all the Sasquatch talk out of the beautiful state of Ohio when we return for the second half hour of Spaced Out Radio. Coming up right after this. All right, we're clear, man. You hear me? Did his phone freeze again? Must. It's a nice ceiling fan we're looking at there. Gong Show, what's happening? He did freeze up. Hold on. Get rid of that one. And we'll add this one here. How's your Wi-Fi, my friend?
Okay, it kicked me off again. I just came back.
Weird. How's your Wi-Fi?
I'm kind of out in the country now, so it's kind of in and out.
Okay, that would be why. We'll make our best for it. You sounded great so far tonight. You sounded really good.
Okay, just let me know if you miss something. I'll try to backtrack a little bit and fill in the blanks.
Will do. I'm having fun so far. Having fun
Me
so
too.
far. And we've got, how long do we have? 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Maybe 3.5. I know. It just happens. It happens that way.
Yeah.
I live my life by a timer, man. Live my life by a timer.
I drive for UPS. I know all about that.
Mm-hmm. How many dog treats do you keep in your cab?
I drive a straight truck, so it's a little bit different, but actually none. I just talk to them and pet them if I run into them. But most of what we service is businesses because it's like dock to dock kind of stuff.
Right.
If I do a residential, it's like blinds and exercise machines and TVs.
Mm-hmm. I hear you.
But a neat thing this year, in this one area I go to, there is an albino red-tailed hawk in this one area. And I actually got a couple blurry pictures of it as I was driving.
Nice.
And it's the
That's
neatest
rare.
thing. It's just unbelievably beautiful. Yeah, because I've seen him in flight with the wings open, and he's totally white.
Beautiful.
I didn't know they did that. Look like that. Yeah. That's
I
neat,
had
Don't forget that when you see it.
I had a falcon fly by and sit in my trees yesterday. First time I've seen a falcon here. I was so happy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Then he went into the green belt right behind my house. He was grabbing some dead grass and everything. So I'm hoping he's putting a nest in the area. But that is just awesome. Awesome. Love
Sounds like
hawks.
Yeah.
Or falcons, pardon me.
Yeah, they're neat. Yeah, they're neat.
Oh, hair. All right, we've got about a minute and a half here.
Okay.
About 1 minute. Let's see, where are we here? All right, I want to say a big thank you to Shelly, Adam, Tater, Dry Toast, Cat Chaser, Judy, and Jeremy for the awesome super chats. It's a wonderful way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. So thank you very, very much. And a big thank you to everybody who's new, who's hit that subscribe button and rang that bell, because we are here 7 days a week for your listening entertainment. And of course, a big thank you to everybody who's done a little shopping at our store recently, spacedoutradio.com/shop. and we got some really cool swag up there. So make sure you check it on out. We got some fantastic designs, more always on the way, and check it on out. Thank you to all the veterans who have tuned on in tonight. We love you. You always have a safe home in our chat room. And here we go with the second half hour. Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate you tuning us on in. Want to remind you that if you've missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on tonight talking Sasquatch of Ohio. And it is a fantastic, fantastic night to introduce you to Mike Miller. He is part of the Ohio Night Stalkers that goes looking for Sasquatch. Mike, welcome back.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Not a problem. Not a problem. Mike, you being relatively, 10, 15 years into this, what's the best piece of evidence that you have collected so far?
Wow. It's a tough one. Probably the audio. I know some people get excited over footprints. We do have pictures of footprints. Mike has a couple casts, and we've got some great pictures of structures. But the audio I love because we can replay that and listen to it and live it all over again. So audio really excites me, and one of our best pieces of audio. David Ellis is actually. I'm sure you're familiar with him. He analyzed our audio from 2014 and some other pieces. And one of these audio clips, I think I sent it to you. He said on the spectrograph that howl actually pegged higher than a baboon. So that's exciting. That's evidence.
For you, okay, you've mentioned 2014 a couple of times here. Take us back to that date and tell us what happened.
Well, it was October 11th, 2014. We were in Adams County, had never been in this area before. And we always like to go drive and do a recon, see what we're getting ourselves into later. So we did that. And then it rained and rained and rained. And then it finally quit. And about 10 p.m., we rolled back out there. And just a creepy area. And this road we got on, you wouldn't think if you've seen this area that you were even in Ohio anymore. It's like you just left the planet. And we drove back in there. And the first place we stopped, now in the TV show, they showed it happening during the daytime. It did not happen that way. But Mike's son Jordan was with us, and he did a howl, and we got a reply that sounded like a young one. And then nothing else happened, and we drove. And this road is only maybe 5 miles long, but with the turns and the hills and everything, and you got to have a 4-wheel drive to get back in there. It dead ends into a freaking graveyard, of all things. And we went there next. And the night, I'll tell you that in the graveyard was the place I felt the safest. And I know that makes no sense, but because everywhere else we stopped, the woods were right up to the road, or if we went into the woods, you felt like you were engulfed into the woods. You felt like something can reach and grab you and pull you in and you would just be gone. If in the graveyard, a lot of the trees were cut down and there was open space. And I felt like, hey, this is great. If something comes for me, I'll see it coming and I can have a heart attack before it gets to me, kind of a feeling. And, but we set up our audio equipment there, and nothing happened, probably an hour. And then finally we got whistles. They came in pretty close, and then howls. And at one point, it's really crazy. They're howling and the coyotes are joining with them. I think there's a relationship there, maybe like a and a shark. I think maybe they scat off each other just to, but the coyotes joined in, but you can tell in the recording because the coyotes sound yippy and dog-like, and this other thing is powerful and totally different. But at one point, it sounds like it grabbed one of them and was strangling it. And Mike and I just kind of looked at each other, and we said a few words that got picked up on the mic that we shouldn't have said, but we were pretty much in shock, and we just kind of kept babbling because that had never happened before, and it was crazy. And then it just dead stopped, and of course we stayed there a little bit longer. At that point it was probably 1 a.m. or so when we're in the graveyard, 1:30, and then when nothing else happened, we start our way out of there, and we stopped by this place. There's like a metal bridge, it's like the little metal guardrails and stuff, and we sat there. And the bad thing was it had rained so much that little creek that was there was like a river, and I kind of went up a ways trying to get away from that to record. And then I started coming back toward the vehicle, and I had just set the recorder down, and this thing went off. And this is the recording David Ellis said pegged higher than a baboon. The coyotes also joined in with it there with this full, and it sounded like maybe it was, I don't know, 50 yards. And it was happening, and nothing like that had ever happened before. And this night was kind of like, and nothing's happened like that since to that extent. So it was kind of like World Series Game 7, Super Bowl, same night, kind of a feel. And when everything's on the story, Mike and I, lectures, we kind of take turns talking about it. It slows me down, sorry, but and I kind of get excited reliving it because I'll never forget. And everything ended there. Nothing else happened. We drove up, and there was a place we called the turnaround because it was the only place wide enough to where you could turn the vehicle around if you wanted. And we got out there, and that's where the thing peeked around the tree, and Mike's seen it. Now, on the TV show, they kind of made him have an anxiety attack, which he didn't. He did get very excited, but we all did, but no anxiety attacks. But we went up the road a little further, and we decided to stop one more time for good old time's sake. And we got out, and we had, during the night, we learned a lesson because all of our recording equipment, all the batteries died. So now I have a tackle box and the whole.
You froze it up again, Mike. But can you imagine? Can you imagine being that into the forest and getting roared at? I mean, you know how small you feel? I have been roared at. And it's not a comfortable feeling with getting roared at and bringing in, all of that sound. I mean, if there's any way you could feel small regarding the roaring that happens. Mike, getting back, you kind of broke up there a little bit. And I know you live for our audience who doesn't understand, you live out in the wilderness here. So I mean, your internet right now, you're doing the best that you can to get your message out. We really do appreciate the frustration you're probably having with your signal, but hey, we're having a great show here. That I want to get back to that roar for a second. How far away were you from getting roared at?
Back at that metal bridge, probably 50 yards or less. But it was loud. It was, it went through you. I mean, you felt it. But there was another one a little bit later that was way more intense than that one. And pretty much ended the night. It was after where the thing peeked around and Mike's seen it. He's seen the eyes. He's seen the top of the conical shaped head. Can you hear me now pretty good?
Yeah, you're great.
Okay. Um, we stopped. Okay. We stopped and Jordan got out. He's about 6'2", got a good howl like his dad, and he belted one out. And this was like we're going to do one more and just get out of there. And before the air was out of his lungs totally, we got a reply, but we got one on each side of the vehicle, which really alarmed me because this whole night has been exciting and scary and wow. And now it's like, hey, wait a minute, we're surrounded. Are these things going to let us leave? It finally dawned on me that we were being hunted kind of at that moment. And I don't like things being on either side of me because you're planning on doing. And I heard it that sounded like air escaping a tire. And I thought, great, driven over something. So I walked up to his vehicle, and it was not his vehicle. It was coming from the wood line. So me, like a dummy, and at this time it's probably 3:30 in the morning, and we don't have flashlights going. It's pitch black. Okay, paint the story for you. Pitch black. I walk the wood line, trying to figure out what the world this noise is, and suddenly, probably not even 20 feet away from me, even though I can't see it, there's something standing there because it's darker than even the dark surroundings I'm in. And it takes a breath in extremely deep. I mean, I hear this thing breathing in, almost like a mini King Kong type of a thing. And when it does this growl, or not, I don't know if I should call it a growl or a roar. It was very low pitched. It was unlike all the other ones I had ever heard. This is the only time I ever heard this one. It's very low, very guttural, and just like being at a concert, especially heavy metal, it bounced off of me. I mean, I felt it. I felt like I was in front of the stage. It reverberated off my chest when this thing did that. This roar it did, and to me, that all these other ones that had howled was probably the clown. This was Big Daddy, and he was saying, enough is enough. You guys got to go. And I literally turned around from where I was standing, and in a Michael Jackson kind of a voice said, we're getting out of here now. And I backpedaled because I didn't want to turn my back. And I do have a concealed carry permit. I carry 357. I pulled it and I held it to my side because I didn't know if this thing was coming out or not. Now, in that TV show, they had me firing a warning shot. That didn't happen. They just put that in for the excitement of it all. And we pretty much ran to the vehicle like Keystone Cops, getting in. And Mike almost drove off the ridge line, getting us out of there. And yeah, I'll never forget that because I'll never unhear that. I'm going to tell you that right now because that was different.
My friend, I know you're looking at me on camera here, and I'm kind of smirking and laughing a little bit, but almost identical to that, we had that happen between a couple of us in 2018. The funny part about there are so many similarities between what happened to you in Ohio and us here in British Columbia. It's incredible. You were at close to a graveyard, I believe, right? You were at a graveyard when this happened, or near one. Okay.
Well, during the night, near one earlier.
Okay. But either way, you were still in that area and there was a graveyard. We were at a plane crash, which happens to be Canada's largest unsolved mass murder that happened in 1965 when a plane
Wow.
blew up in the sky. Okay, so you have the death and the carnage of that, and of course, in yours, you got the cemetery there where there's death. We also got surrounded, and they pushed us out. Like where they were coming from, the trail to go exit was right in front of them or right in front of us. So we got pushed out as well. I mean, I'm just sitting here laughing because I'm like, yep, I know what that's like. They didn't roar at us. The only big difference is we didn't get roared at in the forest. When we were looking around, there was one talking to us. And at the time, because we were there on a paranormal investigation, we thought it was something of a ghost because I had never heard the samurai sounds up close and personal outside of Ronald Moorhead's Sierra Sounds tapes. And we heard it twice.
Yeah.
But when we went back to the crash site, this is where everything kind of went all hell in a handbasket because, like what happened to you, one of them actually snuck up to our buddy Merle and got within about 20 feet from him and was doing the exact same thing without the roar that was happening literally right behind you. The huffing, the puffing, the shaking of branches and everything. So the similarities, we were surrounded too. And that is a very eerie feeling, man. Eerie as anything.
It's not a good feeling. I don't like it. Yeah, I don't like that one. The whole
Oh,
survival
man.
thing kicks in when you're surrounded.
Well, they don't give you an option
Yeah,
but
it
to
was very
leave.
low, very guttural. No, we left. We actually drove down the road a little ways and we stopped just to make sure Jordan was in the car and to kind of calm down because our adrenaline was through the freaking roof. It was almost like we mainline Red Bulls or something, even though I've never drank one of them, but and coffee all at the same time. And we're calming down. We're sitting there. The lights are on. The vehicle's running. And a deer walked out in front of us and stopped and never looked toward the car one time. It was looking in the direction that we just came from, and it snorted and it turned around and it ran the other way. So it knew them freaking things were there. We got out of there. Mike actually 10 minutes later wanted to turn around and go back and just drive down the road, like by there. And I said, no, they might push a tree down on us. We got out of there. Let's go home. And we went home. But, October 11th, 2014, I'm not going to ever forget.
Ours was
I'm going to tell you that
October
right
18th.
now.
Ours was around October 18th.
Something about October.
Yeah.
Yeah, something about the fall there. It's like they're getting ready. I don't know if they're going to, if they're moving, if they migrate, they go down in caves. It's like they're kind of, something's going on in October, you know.
I don't know. Maybe it's movement time getting ready for winter. Go find a cave somewhere. I don't know.
Yep.
But I mean, when you are surrounded, we got about 5 minutes to go here before we got to go to break at the top of the hour. Mike Miller is our guest talking Sasquatch. When you guys were surrounded, what goes through your head in a situation like that? Are you looking for the safest way to exit? Are you wondering about your safety? Do you have your hand on your sidearm? What's going through your head?
Just making sure where everybody's at, making sure we got a clear line of sight to the vehicle, you know, and, I know where my gun is, it's on my side. The only time I pulled it is when, the guttural, and I backed out of there because I didn't know if it was coming or not. But, a little bit of praying too, I'll tell you that, and just to get out of there, and because, it's scary and but you got to keep your head and calmly, get out of there. And,
True.
But it's,
How far away were you from your vehicle?
I'll never forget it.
How far away were you from your vehicle?
not real far, maybe 50 yards, maybe a little more, not a lot. We're kind of parked on the road. We kind of go in, you know. I know some people go way, way back, and we do that sometime, but I kind of think that's kind of insane also, because kind of let them come to us, but and I want to live, and if I've got to hightail it somehow to the vehicle and get out there, I want to be able to do that. But I'm glad we weren't miles deep, because I don't know if that would have been the case that night. As mad as they were, we might not have walked out of there. I don't know. And you don't know.
We
You
were
don't know. I don't think. Go ahead.
we were approximately 350 yards from 400 yards from our vehicle. And I'll tell you, that was a very long walk, and
Wow.
we had to come down, and then we had to go into a gully that was filled with water, and then come back up that gully. I mean, you could take a 4x4 through that, like a Jeep or a side-by-side or a quad, but you're not getting a full truck through there. It's just too narrow. And yeah, we had a very, very
Yeah.
fun time walking down there, wondering if they were following us right to our vehicle.
Not a good feeling.
No, not at all. Not at all. You feel small. You feel really, really small. And, I don't like that feeling. I mean, it's uncomfortable. And I was much like your buddy there. I wanted to go back in. I wanted to stay. But the other guys were like, no, we got to go. We got to go. It's time to go. They were a little bit more freaked out. I wanted to see it because I've already had Sasquatch experiences. I've seen Sasquatch. I was in 100 feet of both of them. And these guys who I was with, Merle and Mark, they had not been in the vicinity of Sasquatch before. So they were kind of like, we got to go. We got to go. So we ended up leaving too. Do you regret leaving?
Yeah. No, not at that point, because I think we overstayed our welcome when the Big Daddy one did that little guttural, whatever you want to call it. He wasn't playing around anymore. So if we don't leave, I think he's going to up the ante. Is he going to start the tree down? I don't know. But hearing that, and it was so different and more menacing than the other vocalizations, just kind of is okay, Dad mad. I'm going to go to my room and get away from him. Let him cool down. So there, I think that was the smart move.
I can see where you would say that. I really can, and
It's
I
a
can
fun
admire.
hobby.
Yeah, I can admire that. And I mean, in the end, it does have to be about safety first. That is the big one. It does have to be about safety first. And, because in the end, as much as we want to have that close encounter, you still got to think about your own health. I mean, most of us have to go to work the next day or after the weekend. Mike, I'm going to get you to hold on right there because we are going to go to break here at the top of the hour here. Mike Miller is here. We're talking Sasquatch in Ohio. He is from the group, the Ohio Night Stalkers, that goes around researching the legendary Sasquatch here on Spaced Out Radio. We're going to continue with Mike's experiences, some of his knowledge. We'll take your questions if you're in one of our chat rooms or on Twitter. Hashtag Spaced Out Radio. Hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio happens right after this. All right, Mike, we got about 5 minutes here. 5 or 6 minutes. I'll be right back, okay?
Okay.
All right. Be right back, listeners.
Okay, no problem. Thanks.
Okay. I am back. We'll see if we've got Mike here because he may have frozen up again. All right, there he is. It's a lot of fun, man. Thank you.
Yeah, it is. I'm sorry the connection keeps buzzing in and out.
That's all right. We're working with it, man. Still having a good show. That's the main thing.
Yep.
We got about just over 1 minute here.
Okay.
Excuse me. Who else is coming here? I think we are caught up. All right, a big thank you to Jeremy, Shelley, Adam, Tater, Dry Toast, Cat Chaser, and Judy for the awesome super chats. It is a wonderful way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. So thank you so much. Thank you to everybody who's done a little shopping at our store at spacedoutradio.com. We really appreciate it. And of course, if you're a veteran listening to this show, you always got a safe home here in our chat room. So thank you so much for joining us. We very much appreciate it. And all our new listeners, don't forget to hit subscribe and give us a thumbs up or down. Here we go.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate it. We want to say hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on TalkStream Live, Odyssey Radio, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Ickle. Ickle is your password. Use it wisely, space travelers, as a clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on tonight for the search for Sasquatch. We're heading to the beautiful state of Ohio, where Mike Miller is a part of the Ohio Night Stalkers, where they go into the forest searching for the legendary Bigfoot. And we got some great stories from Mike tonight. Michael, thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, no problem. Thanks for having me.
All right. Now, you just finished up talking about this incredible encounter you had back in 2014. Now, the one thing about Sasquatch is this is the rarity. This is not the normal of having that close of an encounter. Have you had anything like that since?
No, we've had some howls, some at a distance, some closer. We haven't been ran out of an area like we were that night, but 2 years ago, we were about 5 miles from that location, and that's when we, played the wolves howling and all that, and upset the young ones, and we had the rock bombardment, and they did damn vehicles, and so that was pretty intense too. And we went back 2 weeks later after the first rock night, and we didn't even have a blast. We got there, we set up maybe 25, 30 minutes, and boom, here comes. And we've since went in there during the daytime, and we started gifting, apples and tomatoes and, ears of corn, just trying to say, hey, we don't really mean any harm, but it's a pretty good area, and but I don't think they like us being there, but we've had a few things happen, yes.
Now, the one thing that okay,
I think it
go
was
ahead.
season 2. Go ahead. Oh, sorry. Terror in the Woods season now, but it's called these woods are haunted. But there was a story called, our episode is called Hunted by Bigfoot, season 1. But there's an episode in 2 or 3, it's called Devil Monkey. And the people that story is about, the Valley family. We were the ones that went to that location. Now the people that produced that show didn't want to have us in there again because they want, new people. So they made it. They talked about how they met some people doing a lecture at a library, and they came out, but they just showed one person going there. It was actually Mike and I that went there, and we recorded some howls at that location. That lady was so freaked out there by all that, she made her husband sell that property. She's in the city now, and she said she'll never go back to the country. I figured I'd share that with you.
Well, this creature does have the ability to scare people right out of their own fresh environment. I mean, that is the truth of it all. Now, the Sasquatch that you seem to have in Ohio, are they a lot more aggressive than what we see here on the West Coast, or what we hear about Sasquatch being on the West Coast?
Maybe it's because they have to deal with people because they're in closer proximity, and that kind of aggravates them, where they can kind of, just like you said earlier, step in a couple feet and they're gone. Even though some of the stories I've read about the Bigfoot in the Aleutian Islands, where the trees are inverted and the root balls sticking up in the air, I don't ever want to run to one of them. They sound like they're pretty mad all the time. But Bigfoot might be a little bit more on edge here just because he's got to deal with it, more directly.
So when you go in there, like, do you ever have the feeling of having one of those David Politis missing 411 type of moments, where you think this creature might one day run up and kidnap you?
Well, I hope not. I've been leery when the rock things were going on, that third time we went back, which was like 4 or 5 weeks from the very first time. I was really on edge and my stomach was spinning inside my body. It's how it felt. And we had put food out earlier in the day, and we did it there, nothing happened. But we take a small group. I would never do this by myself. I don't care if you want to call me a chicken. I don't care, because I think you might be more of a target if you're by yourself. We've had as little as 2 people. We've had usually 3 or 4. I like having 4 to 6. That doesn't matter. They can still kick our butt, but peace of mind kind of a thing. And besides my 357, when they started bombarding the rocks, I kind of threw a 12 gauge shotgun in the back of the Jeep just in case things got crazy. But then again, you're sitting there in the dark. If this thing charged out at you and really wanted to harm you, are you going to have enough to even do that? But it's kind of a peace of mind kind of thing, And but no, I hope I don't get feelings like that, because I enjoy this and go out, and it's nice to have some chills and suspense, but I don't want to worry. I don't want to worry about my safety. But anything it has, there's good and bad people in this world, and you could have good and bad of them. You could have one of them that's hurt. He can't run a deer down. He can surely catch me. Tired of us showing up in this area like, hey, it's them same freaking idiots. I'm tired of it. You don't know. But yeah, you think about that.
No, and that's the thing you have to be very careful about, because I do believe that a lot of these people who do go missing, they're not prepared for a lot of the outdoors. They're not prepared. They're out maybe on a day hike or trying to get to their fishing hole,
No.
or whatever they may be. But I don't think they are very prepared for any type of outdoor survival. I mean, it's like when me and my buddy the Lip Blade head out and go use like we're going out on the weekend. and we are going to go out and we are going to go look for Sasquatch. And when we go out, we know that if we go at night, because in our area there's black bears, grizzly bears, mountain lions, a lot of things that could kill you. Never mind Sasquatch Dogman. But I mean, when we go out, we make sure that it's about safety first. Okay? Like we're not wandering off at night 40, 50, 60 yards away from our vehicle. We may go 20, 30, 40 feet from our vehicle, but we're always scanning, looking for something. And if we go out in the daytime, well, that's a different story. That's where we are, out looking for any type of tree structure or something that's, a little bit out of place. So, I mean, there is a big difference about what's going on. But I mean, when it comes to safety, outside of your own weaponry, what are you doing to make sure that if you're in their territory, that you're coming home alive?
Well, Mike's got bear spray, and we have flash. The flashlight is like kind of a last ditch kind of thing, because they're so in tune to their environment. If you hit them, if you hit them in the eyes with a flashlight, it's going to back them off, give you time to go the other way. I also have one of those pretty much like a rape alarm. I wear it around my neck, and you hit a button, and if I don't have any dead alarm, so they probably haven't heard. But, if the light and the alarm doesn't stop them, then it's gun time. But I hope I never freaking get to that point. Do any good anyway. But we have that. When we set up, and if we move around, we use red or blue light. But then we do have the powerful spotlights in case we got to flood the area to back things off. Also, any place we go, we always do daytime recon. I like to know, I want to see in the daytime the terrain I'm going to be in, where I can walk, where it's safe to walk, what kind of, are there drop offs? Is there body of water? What am I getting in? The thing, because I've watched enough freaking horror movies, when we go back into an area, especially if it's a dead end, that vehicle gets turned around, whether I'm driving or not, because how many horror movies have you seen? They try to get out of there and they run over a tree or they get stuck. Our vehicle's pointing straight out of there to where all I have to do is get in. And so that's a good safety tip also.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. That is a very good safety tip for when you're in the forest. What about first aid? What if you're being tracked and all of a sudden you're trying to run out of there and you trip over a rock or your own feet and accidentally twist your ankle or something worse?
We've got some stuff. We've got gauze, we've got bandages, we've got like alcohol, rubbing alcohol, to clean like that peroxide. But that's cleaning the Jeep, to get to. And we got some things, bottles of water, stuff like that. But one thing we might start taking is a chainsaw, because I thought, what if they pushed a tree down to block us from leaving? What are we going to do then? Add a chainsaw this year.
Very nice. Very nice. We carry a chainsaw with us as well. Jenny would like to know, have you ever gone into Hocking Hills or northeastern Ohio looking for Sasquatch?
Yes. Yes, we have.
Any success?
Hocking Hills is a beautiful area. And we've also been to Tar Hollow. Heard a few things, or what it is. It could have been anything moving around. So unless we really hear something definitive, we just kind of, could be anything, But it was still fun to get out. It's a beautiful area.
Liliopatra would like to know, have you ever encountered a dogman?
Okay, I'm going to make this guy mad, and I'm sorry. But I just can't sign off on Dogman. And let me explain. To me, Bigfoot is something, whether it's all humanoid, part human, part ape, whatever. If we were able to research and break down the DNA, it's going to fit on that tree somewhere. It's going to make sense. But something that's half man, half dog, I just can't sign off on that. To me, that's too science fiction. And if there is something running around like that, I'm shooting that. I'm sorry, because it shouldn't be here. But I think, and you're going to hate me for this, but I from the dog man sightings, I think they're Bigfoot. They just might look a little weird because maybe in that area, the breeding population isn't really big enough, and maybe they're hooking up with family, and maybe there's some effects of that, because of the breeding stock. But I'm sorry, I can't sign up.
At some point, though, with the amount of sightings of this dog man that there has been, whether or not your personal beliefs are it doesn't exist, have you ever looked into, you know, the area? Because I mean, you're very close to where it all began in Wisconsin with the Beast of Bray Road, and there has been alleged sightings in Ohio, Michigan, and Indiana, and all around the area. So you just think that it's a really ugly Sasquatch.
Yeah, I think it's a misidentified savage. At least I hope there's nothing running around like that, because that's, then I'm going to have to start guessing into the woods at night at all.
Do you prefer to investigate daytime or nighttime?
The night more things happen, because we really can't see. They can, and they'll come in close. But daytime, I like also, just because you can look for structures, you can look for footprints, and of course, getting to know the terrain. I'm a big stickler for recon. I think it's just really important. Think about the structure, because some of them are big enough to sleep under. I've seen them that big, but I've seen a lot that are just kind of like a rudimentary teepee. Thinking that one of the little practicing, I just didn't see the point. Why did they just do it like that at that size, and just like, left it like that? But I've noticed a few of these structures have been found along game trails, and I'm going to guess here, but I think that structure next to a game trail is their version of a deer blind. I think it's something they can hide. It just breaks up just enough. Mr. Deer comes walking through there, and he doesn't see Mr. Squatting time, and he's dinner. But what's just,
Hmm. And that makes perfect sense. Are you finding a lot of tree structures in your area?
you kind of cut it
Are you
out. Sorry.
are you find, no, not a problem. Are you finding a lot of tree structures in your area?
Some. It's just different. We find some that are like markers. We find the X's. We went into places and went back the next day. There's a big X there, like, hey, don't be coming in here anymore. That wasn't there the day before. And it's just kind of hit and miss.
No, I could totally
I
see.
think where we go in Adams County, I think. Sorry for my reception. It's my fault, but
That's okay.
I'm out in the country here. But
That's okay.
it's just.
And
I
yeah,
think these creatures in Adams County know it's us. I think they, just like your own pets, notice.
Do you feel
Sorry.
as you move
I think they know
forward,
us and they're tired of us.
do you feel as you move forward in your research that you have found an area where the creature is getting used to you, the sound of your vehicle, the sound of your voice, the way you investigate, the way you walk, the way you smell, or members of your team smell? Do you try and go into that same place each and every time and do everything the same? I think Mike is frozen up again here. So he's out in the country. He's doing the best that he can with his signal that he has, and it keeps going out after every few minutes. So we're going to have to wait for Mike to get back on that, and we will get to more audience questions. What do you think about what he said? That he doesn't believe in Dogman, believes that it is a very weird looking Sasquatch because that is something we'll debate later on in the show. And Super Duke for World Bigfoot Radio, I'd be curious to get your opinion of that. Let's get Mike back in here. Mike, we got just under 3 minutes here to go before we got to go to break at the bottom of the hour. But I was just asking in the area where you're researching, do you do the exact same things in order to research that area? For instance, park in the same place, so they recognize the sound of your vehicle, recognize the sound of your voice, the smell that you or members of your team may have. Do you try and do everything the same?
We have for the most part, but here, like last year, we kind of did more of instead of going into an area and howling or like doing a wood knock, we've kind of went to the more sit around, talk normal voice for a while, and then maybe call blast some stuff, kind of do a more gentle kind of a, hey, we're here kind of thing. But I think they know, especially that one area, Adams County, I think they kind of know, oh, it's them again. How do they figure out where we're at, And I kind of expect one of them to walk up and like, what do you guys want? And, leave, you know hey, let me get some good pictures and some hair samples and a good howl, and we'll bug out. But no, seriously though, yeah, we're trying to do the gifting to try to say, hey, we are not a threat, believe it or not, and see what happens.
I had two gifting sites out there. I got to go collect them both because they both got affected by forest fires last year. So I have to find an entire new area. And that sucks. That sucks. We got 1 minute to go here. And Doug is asking, hey, Mike, do you guys really call Bigfoot the grass man, or is it more BFRO stuff?
Well, I think that was the northern part of Ohio, and some structures they found were like made of grass for them to sleep in. I think that's where that name came from. Um, and it's kind of one of the many names for Bigfoot, um, but it just depends on what area. If there's grass, they'll use that. If there's trees and the pine needles and all that are real soft, I guess it just kind of depends on what's in their area.
And on that note, Mike, I'm going to get you to hold on right there because we are going to go to break here at the bottom of the hour on Spaced Out Radio. And once again, Mike is doing a great job of fighting his internet connection tonight for all of us to have a great, great time listening to his stories out of Ohio on Sasquatch. We got him for another 30 minutes here on the Mighty SOR. Then we'll get to the Swamp Dweller. We will get to our good friend, the fedora-wearing Jon Hudson, and the unbiased UFO report. It's a great night here on Spaced Out Radio. Keep listening on in. We got a fun one for you as we continue the second half of the show right after this. All right, we're clear, my friend.
Okay. Yeah, it's kind of storming here. I think that's kind of interfering too.
Oh, that's all right. We're having a good time. We're having a good time. So
Yeah,
that's all that matters.
yeah.
As I start to, during the breaks here, get to work here with stuff I need to do. Let me see here.
Are you going to play like maybe one of those audio clips just by chance?
I'm going to try and get one in here. So give me just a little second here. And this. Nope, like this. This. Give me 2 seconds, almost done.
Okay.
I lied. No, I'm not. I just had an error happen here. Let me just clean up my error. And gonna love it. This is what happens when you're listening to live radio. I'll go here. And then we'll go like this. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, if you got the one that says Baboon Alice, that's the one I talked about earlier. That pegged on the spectrograph.
Right on. Delete that. Let me see if I got it here. Hold on. All right. I've got your photos. Did you send them to me or did you send them to Klaus?
Oh, I sent them. I don't know. I sent them to one of maybe the booking email.
All right. Dirty Fylth, if you got those, can you email them to me? So that way I can get them on. I would appreciate that. I'll see if he did or not here. Where are you? Dirty Fylth. Dirty Fylth. Where are you? Dirty Fylth. I am not seeing it. No, I don't see it. I'll have to wait. I know Klaus is listening to the show, so I'm sure he'll get something to us here ASAP. Hi, A-Muse. Welcome. And who else has joined us late? Roy the boy, how are you, man? Good to see you. Thank you, Paisley, for noticing my lovely hair. I did it just for you tonight, hoping you would show up. And ta-da, you did. Terry Brown, how are you, man? Low Pro, good to see you. I'm just catching up in the chat room here. Big thank you tonight to Hank, Jennifer, Jeremy, Shelley, Adam, and Tater, Dry Toast, Cat Chaser, and Judy for the amazing super chats. We really do appreciate it. And we love the love and support. And if you're new here, don't forget to hit subscribe, ring that bell, give us a thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs sideways, because we are here 7 days a week for all of you. And Tater, I did not see your question. Could you please repost it if you don't mind? I would appreciate that. Thank you. And there's our man Swamp Dweller right there. The Swamp Dweller. Swamped Out Radio coming up later. We passed the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate you earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you've missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor. Hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot, reading Shirky Poo's Newswire, checking out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on tonight with Mike Miller hanging on out. We're struggling. He's got a storm going on in his neck of the woods that is causing a little bit of havoc with his feed to get audio to us, but we are working on it, man, and we're going to battle right through. Mike, welcome back. I don't know if we got him. I don't know if we got him. I think he might be frozen up. I would say he's frozen. So while we wait for Mike here, trying to get a signal here with him, that is one of the big things that like getting back to that whole Dogman thing. I am a big proponent that Dogman is real. And you know what? That's okay that he doesn't believe that Dogman is there. Everybody is allowed their own beliefs of what they want to investigate and everything along those lines. That is what makes this kind of cool. And the one other thing that I like about Mike is, he's not shooting down people who investigate it. He's just kind of saying, hey, man, I don't believe in it. I don't believe in it. And that's what happens. That's what happens. And it's okay. It's okay. And that's what makes for quality investigation regarding that. So let's see if we got Mike back here. He's having a heck of a time right now with his signal. We are trying, and I like using the word efforting in these types of areas. Efforting. Because when you effort, it just sounds more fun. We were efforting a good performance. Well, we're trying. We're trying. The other thing that I liked about that, and I think when you set up a gifting site, if you're into the whole Sasquatch thing and you want to try and set up a gifting site, even if you're an amateur like I am, one of the things that I would highly suggest is really coming on in and do everything the same. Do everything the same that you possibly can. The reason why is you want whatever is there to get used to you. Everything about you, the sound of your vehicle, where your vehicle parks, what it sounds like if your doors are squeaky, or the sounds you make getting out of the vehicle. Because every vehicle sounds different. If you're in a truck, you're going to sound different than, say, if you're in a Jeep or a Ford Bronco or a Toyota or whatever make and model it is. You're going to sound different. And then remember, try and wear something similar that is the same every time. So if you wear a ball cap that's red, wear a red ball cap every time you go in. If you First Nations people believe that tobacco, whether it's smoked or whether it is just thrown in the area as an offering, that tends to work as well for many people. Now, I'm not saying the hippie lettuce, people. Not saying the hippie lettuce. Okay. The devil's salad. No, not sure about that. But for the rest of it, always try and do things the same. Mike, I think we may have you back now. How you doing?
Yay!
That's okay, man. That's okay. We understand that you're having a storm and everything along those lines, and that happens sometimes. So, we're not too concerned about it. The main thing is we were able to get you back and stare at that beautiful goatee, and that's all that really matters.
Okay.
Right. So let's move on here. Regarding the locations, right before the break, we were talking about doing everything the same, parking in the same spot. Maybe like if you wear a red hat, continuing to wear a red hat. And a long story short, how much does doing everything the same really help build trust with these creatures, do you think?
I don't know. I mean, I think if they see you and notice you, they'll kind of, I think they remember. Um, the area is probably, it's an hour and a half from where Mike lives, and I moved about an hour away from him. So, a couple hours, 2.5 hours for me. If we lived out there and could set up and gift and had some property, I think that would really help. But we're pretty much just weekend warriors, or if we take a couple of vacation days during the week. But yeah, any kind of thing like that would help. They kind of get used to you and all that. Oh, I did email you an audio clip. I don't know if it worked or not.
Well, let's try and get this here. Let me see if we can download this, if it's going to give us the opportunity to play it here. Well, give me 2 seconds here. Should. It should. All right. Let's give her a go. All right. Hopefully you guys will be able to hear this. Now, where is this clip from?
This is 2014. This is at the Metal Bridge. This is the one that David Ellis, when he analyzed it, it pegged higher on a spectrograph than a baboon. And he subdued the coyotes that's from the original recording. He pushed them in the background and enhanced the scream. And he, of course, he kind of, what's that called when they, it does it 2 or 3 times, give you a better chance to hear it.
All right, let's go here. Sounds like Mariah Carey at the Grammys, but I mean, that's the same clip 3 times. We should preface letting our audience know that is the same clip 3 times back to back to back in order to do that. The stuttering sound where it's peaking out, was that the voice or the screeching of the Sasquatch, or was that it was so high pitched that it was cutting out at the audio recorder?
I think it was kind of cutting out because it was so high pitched, so powerful, and then the coyotes are kind of subdued. You can hear them, and then at the end, it's like the thing was mimicking the coyotes. It started doing the whoop 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 sound, at the end of that. But yeah, that's one of our best recordings ever, right there.
Well, let's listen to this.
Skeptics at home.
Yeah, let's listen to this again. Yeah, you can definitely hear it starting to whoop like the coyotes do. I mean, that is very interesting. Very interesting indeed regarding that. But I mean, the lung capacity to literally be able to roar at that tone for the better part of 15, 16 seconds, sounding like Axl Rose on stage at the end of Sweet Child of Mine. I mean, it's incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Oh, it's beyond Axel. That's my favorite singer is Ronnie James Dio. It's even beyond him. But we've been fortunate, and we spoke at a conference, and they ran that through some like concert type speakers, and the bigger equipment you run that through, you can feel the power. It's insane. But and for you skeptics out there, David Ellis analyzed that. He analyzed the sound for the police and fire department, FBI, all that. And that pegged higher than a baboon on a spectrograph. And it was a known animal in North America. So that means it's not a dog, a coyote, a fox, a deer, anything else. It's not a human being pretending to be something and using equipment, because his equipment would flush that out. So that is honest to goodness evidence right there. Period.
I have a question from Joe, who is asking, if I built a tree structure in my woods, would it upset the local Bigfoot?
I don't know. You can try it, but I wouldn't want to upset him.
Go for it, Joe. Joe's about the size of a Sasquatch. Go for it, Joe. Make it happen. I want pictures. I want pictures, man. As we continue on with our good friend Mike Miller from the Ohio Night Stalkers, looking for Sasquatch in the beautiful area of Ohio. For you, I mean, Ohio is much, it's still a cold time of year, even though we are in, a month and a bit of spring here so far. So for you, how much longer before you get your search area up to date? No more snow. It's a little bit warm. And how long does your season go for?
You never know here with the weather, but probably we're hoping by mid into April it'll be normal, and we'll start getting out. We kind of wait for the foliage to start blooming so there's cover, because we think they like that, not being able to be seen kind of thing. And we'll head out, and we get out as much as we can. Mike is married, and his son Jordan's getting ready to have his first kid, so he's going to be a grandpa for the first time. And I'm busy, and we be married soon, and everybody works, and everybody's busy, and but we get out as much as we can, and we go through October, depending on maybe even into November, depending on, you never know what the weather is going to do here, so it just kind of depends.
For sure. And the areas that you are stalking right now, looking for this creature, how many different areas do you have, and what's your timeline in between them?
Well, I had to sit down and think about that one, because we try to hit new areas and go in different places, because we try to give places a break. But there's a couple of areas we like going, especially where we were bombarded with the rocks. But we just kind of, I don't know. I'd have to really sit down and write it out. So I really can't give you an answer on that. But we do try to go to new places. But and like we'll take days off and do recon and look at new areas. But we try and give places a break. But we're kind of hitting the hot areas. We got a couple of new spots I think we're going to go this year, where there's been some reports, and there's some, what's exciting for us is private landowners who we've gained their trust, and they're going to let us come out onto their property and check things out, and that's always exciting.
Have you noticed any patterns or similarities with this creature that have tipped you off to where and when to look?
I, it just depends. We're not really scientific people. I'm a dumb truck driver. We just we have a map, and I've noticed they kind of this waterway, and I think they're going to certain areas when maybe raspberries and stuff are blooming and whatever's in the area, and following the deer. And but I don't know, we're not too scientific, but kind of have a good idea where they're trekking, and then and like I said, landowners that will let us onto their property and share stories with us, that helps too, kind of pinpoint what's going on.
Do you feel you're getting closer?
Yeah, that area that they threw and actually damaged the vehicles. We kind of think that was maybe their nursery where they were letting the young ones kind of run around, and they may have. There was some logging there toward the end of the last. We're going to go in one of these weekends, just going to drive around, see what's going on, because we have no control over that. But there's a couple other spots really hard to get in, and we've almost gotten stuck back in. But we're going to pay them a visit too, because we haven't been there in a couple of years. So we're going to stop in and say hello.
Usually, how long do you try and wait in between visitation to your sites?
It just depends on what's going on. We went to 2 or 3 at night when nothing's happened. I want to stay and try to and see what happens, and notice if there's any changes, to the environment or the terrain. But that's kind of a fluid question. It just kind of depends on what's going on and what's been, happened there. And but we try not to go to the same place like every other week. It just depends. A lot of it depends on how often the frequency we can get out and what's going on. If we want to go to a new spot, if we want to go back to where we were because of this happened, putting the food out. We will visit the same place because we're putting food out in certain areas, and we also have we've put up like a gifting basket and put stuff in that. So we do like to go check that. It just kind of depends on what's going on.
All right. So, do you try something different at every site? So, for instance, you may try apples as a gift in one site, tomatoes the other. Maybe you try toys in another section. Do you try and mix it up like that?
We kind of mix. We kind of use everything we got at the different locations. We kind of just go with it. But we haven't broken it
All right.
down into apples here, tomatoes there. We just kind of said, here you go. Here's a little bit of everything.
Yeah. Mike Tater wants to know about the lay of the land in Ohio, how you're never far from the woods there. I mean, what is it like for those of us who've never been to the state of Ohio?
Pretty boring. Um, I like the Pacific Northwest a lot better. But anyway, I grew up here. But a lot of people think Ohio is pretty much like it looks like with the border of Indiana. It's kind of like flat cornfields. But if you get down into southeastern Ohio, that's where the Appalachian chain kind of starts, and you get hilly and you get ridges, and the terrain changes. It looks more like where we go, kind of looks more like West Virginia in a way. You wouldn't believe if you blindfolded someone and drove them down there, and then took the blindfold off and asked them if they were still in Ohio, they would probably say no. But there are some nice sites, and there are some beautiful sites in Ohio, but um, it's kind of a long-winded non-answer to a question. Sorry, but remember, I'm a truck driver.
Oh, that's quite okay. We are having a great time with you tonight. We only got about 4 minutes left with you tonight, Mike. In all of your study over the 15 years that you've been doing this now, what do you think you have learned personally about this creature and yourself looking into it?
First and foremost, just kind of a plain answer, but that it's there, that this really is a nature, and it really here. It's not just something I've watched on TV. This thing is really there. And if you get into the right place and do the right things and have a lot of luck, you can glimpse this or hear it or see sign where it's been through. And that's exciting to me because, everyone kind of thinks everything's been discovered and known, and people discover new stuff all the time. But I kind of feel like we're a poor man's Lewis and Clark. We're kind of doing stuff that other people just won't do. And I know there's a lot of Bigfooters out there, but it's exciting to look for something that a lot of people think is a waste of time. Like I tell people at UPS that make fun of me, just because you don't believe and you say it isn't so, doesn't make it that way. You have to get off your rear end and you get out in the woods at 2 or 3 in the morning and you gather evidence that proves your side of it, because we are getting out there at 2 or 3 in the morning and we're gathering evidence to say, hey, there's something going on here. There's something alive, and it's here. So that's the exciting thing for me, and that's the thing that kind of, like a kid in a candy store. It's like, wow, this this is real, and I didn't expect that. When this journey started, I didn't think I would find anything because I wasn't out in the Pacific Northwest or Canada or upstate New York. I was in Ohio, so there wasn't going to be any candy here for me, but there is, and just to kind of realize that's pretty exciting.
I hear you. And what's your biggest piece of advice for people who want to get out in the forest and try looking for it?
Get out there. It's beautiful to see the forest. One of the most beautiful things I ever seen, couple things real quick, moonlight going down through the trees. You're not going to see that if you're not out there. And then there was this huge oak tree that had all these fireflies in it, and they welled up in it, and they were all over it. And I looked up and I'm like, oh my God, somebody years ago was sitting here and happened to see something like this. And that's the person that probably invented Christmas lights, because you looked up and seen them fireflies up in that tree. But I would say go get out there and see, God's glory in nature. But take people with you. Do not do this alone, because, just like tonight with the internet problems, you could be out in the woods. What if you fall and get hurt, like you said earlier? No phone service. Do a buddy system. That way, you got someone, you can help each other out. Pair up with somebody and get out there.
Love it. Where can people find your work?
We're on Facebook. Ohio, space in between each word. And we have a few library lectures this year since things seem to be getting better. And we're going to be speaking at the Sasquatch Training Conference in Coshocton, Ohio, May 16th. But we're out there, and we usually post on our Facebook page, if we're going to be doing a lecture or a conference or something. But that's where they can keep up with us at.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Mike Miller from the Ohio Night Stalkers, coming in to talk about Sasquatch tonight. Very much appreciate you taking the time for us and our audience. And thank you very much. Coming up next, we're going to go to the swamp, where our resident swamp dweller is going to tell us a spooky story. And then the fedora-wearing Jon Hudson will join us for the Unbiased UFO Report. Take care. We'll be back for hour number 3.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, my friend. You have a good night, man. Thank you so much.
Hey, that was a lot.
We made it.
That was a lot of fun. Appreciate it.
Oh, anytime, man. Anytime. I'm going to let you go here because I have to get my news and everything ready. So I will chat with you very soon. Thank you so much, man, for coming on in.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks a lot. And keep in touch.
You too. Take care.
Bye.
Bye. That was a lot of fun. I wish we had better audio for that, but that was a lot of fun. I'll be right back, people. Be right back. All right. We're back. We're back. All right. Blues in G. How you doing, man? Good to see you. And yeah, well, we're going to be in Vegas next week for the SOR fan party. Still, if you decide you want to join us, come on out. Yeah. Come on out. Why not? Let's see. I love it when our man Swamp Dweller pops into the chat room. I don't know if he's still listening or not. You know, whether he's combing his hair or playing video games on Twitch right now. But I like it. I like it. Next year, May, middle of May, we are going, as soon as we get back, we're going to be booking next year's trip to Las Vegas. We are. So if you can't make it this year, we're 100% doing it again next year. And you're going to want to come because it's like 2 weeks before my 50th birthday. God, I'm going to be 50. Oh, my God. Hard to believe. Yeah. But nonetheless, we're going to have a good time. We are going to have a good time. So we hope all of you have just as much fun as what we are going to be doing. Let's see here. Yeah, I know, Enzo. I know. Vegas 2023. Thank you so much tonight to Shelly, Adam, Tater ×2, Dry Toast, Kat, Judy, Jeremy, Jennifer, and Hank for the amazing super chats. Hi, Gorgeous Dirt Road. How you doing? And thank you to all the veterans and new subscribers to our channel. We really appreciate the love and support. And here we go, everyone.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Here we go with the third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for tuning us in wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hi to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America and digitally on TalkStream Live, Odyssey Radio, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do old Davey the favor. Hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Ickle. Ickle is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Let's head over to the Swamp Dweller, where our resident Swamp Dweller tells us another spooky story from the swamp.
Hi, Spaced Out Radio listeners. This is Swamp Dweller. It's time for your nightly dose of spookiness on the show. If you have an interesting encounter or a spooky story that you would like to share, be sure to submit them in at swampdweller.net. You can also find our YouTube channel at youtube.com/swampdwellerreads. Now, let's chill out, relax, and together, let's enter the swamp.
This story comes from my uncle and my grandfather originally. It has been retold to us so many times as kids growing up that I can repeat it verbatim. So please, understand that they are not the type of people to lie or make up a fictional story to tell. To my knowledge, this is 100% true, and I've retold it to the best of my knowledge as accurately as possible. My grandfather was the owner and operator of a tugboat company that ran barges up and down rivers all over Louisiana, the Mississippi River included, and on occasion, they would even be as far north as the Ohio River. My uncles have told me stories of them sweating in Louisiana and then breaking ice on the Mississippi River during their work stint with their boat. Later, the company was sold to a giant corporation and my grandfather's small fleet of 3 tugboats. However, many memories and stories remain from their time operating. These stories are still being carried down from my mother and her siblings, who all worked as a part of the company at some point in their life. For context, sometime around 1975 in Louisiana, my uncle, who was about 20 at the time, and my grandfather had boarded one of their boats one day to get in some extra work. Although the company employed many other employees in addition to my family who worked it, my uncle and grandfather were the only ones on the boat that day, as this wasn't typically a scheduled workday. It was something that they could handle on their own. After the day of work, as night fell, they had a dinner prepared in the galley, to which my uncle went and ate. He then returned to the bridge where my grandfather was operating the boat. After a short time, my uncle looked over the ship's side, where he noticed a man. He saw the man with a long, scraggly white beard and long hair raking what appeared to be leftover food into the river. My uncle quickly looked over at my grandfather and said, "I thought we were the only ones on the boat tonight." My grandfather responded, "We are, son. Why?" My uncle then said, "Well, who's the man down there?" My grandfather quickly got up to go look, and the man was gone. In a rush, they checked the entire boat, every compartment, every nook and cranny. They were indeed the only ones on that ship. They returned to the bridge, to which my grandfather asked my uncle to describe the man he saw. My uncle told him he had a long white beard, long hair, raking food into the river. My grandfather was taken aback as he quickly realized what it must have been. This was their newest boat, and he had bought it a few years before. It was for a reasonable price. However, the ship did come with a story. Several years before my grandfather purchased it, a man was killed on this boat and fixed it up. He never told anyone else this story, as he thought nothing of it and didn't want them to worry about buying a boat involved in such an accident. As my grandfather's story goes, a man was working on this particular boat on a day when it was about to collide with a barge. In their attempt to stop the two vessels from crashing, a man fell between them and was crushed as they hit. The reason my grandfather was taken aback? The man my uncle described fit the exact description of the man that was destroyed on the boat just a few years prior. Over the next 10 to 15 years, this boat was in operation for my grandfather's company. It came to be known for being haunted, as this was not the last experience anyone had on that boat, nor the last time the man with the long white beard would be seen.
Oh, my goodness. See, another reason to stay off of boats, out of the water, sharks, ghosts on ships. You're stranded. If you're in the ocean or even on a river with a ghost on a boat, you cannot get away. You cannot. You are safer on land, people. Safer on land. And once again, we say thank you to our resident swamp dweller for another great story. Do us all a favor, because he literally has thousands of these stories on his channel on YouTube, youtube.com/swamp dweller reads. I listen to him every single night when I go to bed. That's how I fall asleep. And trust me, it's not as spooky as you think. Only a couple of times have I actually had to turn it off because it was too creepy at night. But go hit subscribe on his channel. 262,000 subscribers. Well deserved. Thank you, our resident swamp dweller. Yes, the music means it's time once again for our resident UFO guru, the fedora-wearing Jon Hudson, in the Unbiased UFO Report, where Jon comes in to give us the latest news on what's happening around the world regarding unidentified aerial phenomena. Mr. Fedora-wearing Hudson, how are you?
That's what I was supposed to do. Oh, dang, that's right. No, actually, everyone should know that Dave lied a minute ago. His hair was my color before he started listening to Swamp Dweller. This is what will happen to your hair if you actually start listening to it every night. So, tread carefully.
It's true. It's true. I blame Swamp Dweller for my whitish gray hair.
It was an amazing transformation. It was really creepy.
I think Swamp Dweller, to be honest, because he's pretty young. I think he's like 25, 27, somewhere around there.
He'd like you to think so.
I honestly believe that he colors his hair, because he's got long hair too. And I think he colors it because his hair would be white from all of those scary stories that he has putting out there.
My guess is he consumed some other life forms to keep himself going. But, teach their own.
So you're saying he's like a vampire?
Look, I don't want to put words in your mouth, Dave. You know him better than I do. So if you want to say vampire, you go ahead.
I'll say it. He's a vampire.
There you go.
He's a complete vampire. Fedora wearing Jon Hudson. We love it when you come on in here and hang on out with us. And you'll be on this weekend with Gemma, Jade, and filling in for BigWilly, who had a family emergency this weekend. Enzo, our good friend Enzo, will be filling in for
cool.
our good friend.
Good. Yeah,
right.
no, actually really enjoyed having Enzo on the other day. That'll be fun.
All right. Let's get into the news. Starting off with the brief, the big story coming out of there about Gary Reed and author, journalist Tim McMillan. What do you got for us?
Well, first off, for a second, remove all the UFO stuff from your head and just consider the fact that Tim McMillan and a bunch of other people worked really, really hard to end the reign of a incredibly aggressive person who is accused of improprieties within the office. And while that does impact us, it needs to be understood that at a very, very formal level, this has absolutely nothing to do with UFOs. Now, it does tie into it in a really creepy way, and I'll get to that. But at its core, what you have is you have Tim McMillan reporting on a story that he'd been working on for 2 years, that essentially Gary Reed, who was the, oh boy, I apologize. I don't have his full title with me, but this guy was one of the more significant individuals that you would find. And essentially he was having an improper relationship with one of his counterparts that included all sorts of contact in the workplace. There's also talk that there was another individual that he made approaches to that did not welcome his efforts. And essentially, this was the result of the IG's investigation. The IG was actually investigating him for this, and they just released their findings. So not only did we get Tim's fantastic report, and Tim finally got somewhat of an end to a 2-year adventure, and just, man, from every one of us that has any inkling of how much work that is, Tim, thank you so much. The effort's just insane what he's had to put in for this. But this is really important because this is a person who, regardless of exactly who you think was impacted, people like this in senior positions in large organizations can do a phenomenal amount of damage.
That's incredible, man. That's incredible. And you know what? This is just the tip of the iceberg in this story. It very much is.
Yes, no, and that's the thing is that we're uncovering more and more about it. I did want to call out some really good coverage of it. Jay King did a fantastic show on it, and Thomas Fessler did as well. And assuming that you like the way they deliver content, I highly recommend that you check them out. And they give a good analysis of it. Needless to say, please read Tim's article. It's the least we can do for him considering the effort that went into it. But the thing that's been so fascinating for me that I want to get into is that there have already been, okay, so I don't know how many of you experience this, but essentially in my experience, whenever you're researching a topic, you end up with all these little out of place variables that you have to track because you know they're important, but they don't tie into anything yet. And then later on, something will show up, and it's like dominoes. It's like click, and then click, 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 click. And that's essentially what is starting to happen here, right? To give you an example, we've all been hearing for a while that Elizondo felt that he couldn't do his job from internally, that he couldn't even do what he had sworn an oath to do because he was being blocked. Well, it's like, well, then you ask, well, but wait, like blocked, like how is blocked? Well, turns out there is a very, very, very sneaky way you can do blocking. And that is that instead of invalidating someone's clearance, a notice can be put on someone's clearance that says that while the clearance is still active, if you want to invite him to a meeting, you must check with me first. This is what Gary Reed allegedly did to Luis Elizondo. And so what this meant was, yes, Elizondo still had his clearances intact. And yes, he was still getting invited to meetings. But every time he got invited to a meeting, the invite would get routed to Gary, and Gary wouldn't deliver it. Allegedly. And so this is a perfect example of how you can use a very rudimentary system within a bureaucracy to essentially enforce very, very unethical behavior, right? Because he did go after his clearance, but in this method, you don't have to go after his clearance specifically, right? I think you do have to log an investigation of some sort to get the tag on there, but essentially, this was a very sneaky way of doing it, right? You add to this that because of the fact that Gary Reed's behavioral issues were toward women, and considering his role within that organization and the influence that he had over hiring, you can only imagine the number of incredibly highly skilled women that became so disillusioned working in that environment that they became depressed and left. How many top people we lost because of that environment. And the thing is, people ask, well, how can one person have this big of an impact? Well, the thing is that forget his role. His role, I'll grab it in a second. His title was just madness. Not only was his role like that, but the thing you have to remember is that when you're working in a large organization and you get these broken people that find a way to work their way up management chains, right? What I've at least personally found in large organizations is that very often when you get someone in a very senior role that's really broken, they've attracted other broken people. And so it's not their whole system, but they end up with this like splattering of people in their chain of command that all kind of think the way they do. And it can create a very, very sick organization that dysfunctions in so many ways that you wouldn't even expect to have happen, right? You take, for example, our own friend Bob McGuire, right? So on your show the other day, Bob McGuire told the audience that essentially when a while ago, after Bob had initially was leaving, but he'd already started talking a bit about the UFO stuff. There were some incredibly amazing projects that Bob wanted to do and should have been doing and was the right person to do it and would have been an incredible culmination of his career. And it would have been good for all of us that he was the one doing it, sort of thing. It was best for everyone. And he got shut down. And he never found out why. And because of the role Gary was in, it's Gary who would have been able to nix Bob's interest, his application, or however you want to call it. Now, once again, this is alleged. We have no proof, but you can see what I mean, where you have all this behavior that doesn't make sense. It's just like, that happened. Well, you don't know why it happened. So all you do is record that it happened. You record the details of what happened, and you put it on a shelf and you wait. And you end up with a bunch of these. And then you get data drops like this, and suddenly it's like this domino effect. And so I think we've only just begun to see the impact that this is going to have. And we're already starting to see an evolution of the way we are all handling the story, in that, when the story kind of started breaking on Wednesday, it was all about, just covering it and getting some of these facts. And then today I heard people starting digging into the fact that it turns out that the finding against Gary Reed was actually issued in 2020, but he did not actually leave the DoD until 2022. So there was a 2-year offboarding process. That, believe it or not, that's not as abnormal as you think it is. for someone in that role, I would not be at all surprised if it was 6 months to a year, but 2 years, something might have been going on there. So it's another thing to investigate. And so we keep getting, and we keep digging, we keep getting, and we keep digging. And it's one hell of a process. You're muted. Can't hear you. Yeah.
How does this affect what we do on a daily basis with the UFO community? Why is this important for the UFO community to know this?
Well, I would say that you could almost use this as a personal litmus test, because essentially if you find this out and you don't have an emotional reaction to it, then you're probably not as deep into this as you thought you were, and maybe quite possibly you're better off. I'm not saying this is a negative thing. I'm just saying this might be a dividing line for people, because essentially, if for anyone who has been, involved in the frustration aspect of it, everyone's been talking forever about like what is causing this internal pressure. Like what is like is it this Collins Elite organization? Is it just look? I don't even like the big formal conspiracy idea. I've seen in large companies, in good companies, just cabals of like-minded people, 4, 5, 10 of them from completely different departments get together at lunch and start working on a project together across departments that no one else knew about, and we're completely colluding, and it turned out to be a great product, right? So this isn't always bad, right? But the thing is that in this case, it stinks to high heavens. And the thing is that what then you can do is you can then look at you can look at all those frustrations. Let's, for example, take the fact that guess who reported to Gary Reed? Susan Go. So now we have a possible explanation, alleged, to Susan Go's behavior, because if you thought about it, that was weird, right? I mean, like obviously there was documentation showing what Lou had done. There were senior people saying what Lou had done, and she gets up there and goes, "Oh, I'm sorry, the sky's pink." Like, who asks you to do that, right? I mean, the last time I saw someone do that was that poor guy on TV during Operation Desert Storm in Iraq, where he was saying, "Oh, everything's fine, the Americans are fleeing," like as tanks were rolling by his office, right? I mean, it was ridiculous. So why would an intelligent, educated woman like Susan Go get on a podium and do that? Well, turns out that because of not only Elizondo's involvement in this whole paranormal topic, but also because of Elizondo's involvement in this IG investigation, right? Elizondo became a target for multiple reasons, right? And so, I mean, this just gets deeper and deeper and deeper. And the reason why it matters to all of us is because it might start offering an explanation for why we saw all this weird behavior. Because he was senior enough, he had influence over enough things that it's really possible that one individual was responsible for 80% of the pushback that we've been seeing, at least for the last, say, 5 years or something.
Well, John, it's going to be interesting to see how it all plays out, because there is still battles going on within the UFO community, wondering whether or not this has any effect to the UFO field. I mean, it hasn't changed a lot of people's mind to what they think or not think of Lou Elizondo. And, hopefully it wakes some people up. John, I'm going to get you to wait right there because we are going to go to break here at the bottom of the hour. We're going to continue on with the unbiased UFO report. The fedora-wearing Jon Hudson breaks it down for us each and every time he comes on in. And then, of course, after the unbiased UFO report, Shirky Poo has got the news for us. It's an exciting final half hour of Spaced Out Radio. We will be back right after this. Stay tuned. All right, we're clear.
I must admit, I don't like talking about legal issues when it comes to things that I personally have emotional attachment toward, because I'm always so afraid that I'm just going to say, and not that like we have a lot of exposure here, but just, as far as like playing fair and being, good and honest as far as, how we do things here, like I don't want that, I don't want that issue.
It's hard. You learn the word allegedly very, very fast.
Yes.
Very, very
Yes.
fast.
Yes. Yes.
You know?
Yes. And the thing is that that's the hard part, is that some of what has being said is not up to debate at this point. It is the finding of the IG. It is the official it is done. He's out. He's gone. Right. So so that is not in dispute, but the secondary and tertiary effects are, and that is not going to stop there.
Mm-hmm. Hey man, it happens.
Hey, so I missed a lot of it. Where was that guy tonight? Wait, where was he? That you had
Well,
on? That was cool, but it was hard. It was like,
yeah, it was a great interview.
yeah, it was really interesting.
The problem that we were having was he lives kind of in the wilderness, and they were having a storm come in. And so it was very unfortunate, because I think he was pretty knowledgeable guy, and Mike Miller, and we had a lot of fun with it. But I mean, there was only so much we could get out of it.
Yeah, I really I was, I know I caught part of it, but I was especially fascinated by his take on Dogman.
I was a little surprised by that too.
That was
not gonna lie.
That was super duper interesting, right?
Yeah, for sure.
But sure it was. Is if you think about it, right? If you think about the kind of genetic variation we see in dogs, right? In dog breeds, right? Then you could imagine some sort of a base breed combination that would result in multiple animals that, were somewhat similar, but had, significant face variations, right? Some have a snout, some don't, I mean, I'm not saying that I think that's likely based on what I've seen on Earth. I'm just saying from a grand scale of how you evolve planets, like that's completely logical, right?
Well, I mean, it is logical, but when people are seeing, these werewolf-like creatures with dog faces and hawk legs, much like a dog has, with human torsos, it gets a little odd, man.
The problem is I have so much trouble now, because every time Dogman comes up, all I can think about is that one story, and I just start laughing. I love that story. The one where the hunter, he has the rifle, and he hears a click, and he looks over, and there's a Dogman like right next to him, and he's like terrified, and he looks at the Dogman looks forward to the deer and like nudges, like go ahead. And the guy pulls the trigger, and as the deer goes down, the Dogman jumps after it, steals his prey, and takes off with it. It's the best story ever.
That's a dink Dogman. That's what that is.
That is the best story ever.
Dink of a Dogman.
I love that. Every time that's all I can think about. Every time I hear about Dogman, and I start giggling in my head. It's the funniest thing. I love that story so much.
Mm-hmm.
I love that story so much. Smart animal. Smart animal. Why should he take it down if you can do it for him?
Hey, why not? Why not?
That's adaption. That is true adaption.
Very true. Very true. All right, where are we going next there, Fedora?
Oh, honestly, man, I was so excited about this that this is basically all I have to talk about. So if you got other stories we can go into, we can. But I was just so excited about this story. This is all I got right now.
Okay, well, we got to figure out.
We'll can play with some other stuff. Yeah, no, there's a couple other topics I can jump into, so don't worry about it.
All right, good. I'm just all excited right now because my Hollywood crush, she just announced her divorce. and I am all giddy about this. Oh, I'm so happy. So happy.
Okay, I'm sorry. One, okay, that's odd. And two, you can't say that without telling us who it is. That's just not nice.
The story is coming up in Shirky Poo's news.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I got you.
Mm-hmm.
I got you.
Everybody's going to be running over to Twitter right now. Who's trending? Who's trending? Well, there she is, the lovely Christina Gomez with a super chat.
Oh, Christina, loved your interview of sorry.
We rounded third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. We want to say hello to everyone tuning us on in and remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's News Wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on tonight with the unbiased UFO report. The fedora-wearing Jon Hudson is back, and John, you know, outside of the Gary, whatever his last name is,
Reed.
Reed. That's right. I kept wanting to say Hill.
There is one more thing I should add to that before we go on, though, if you don't mind.
What's that?
Well, it's just that I messed up with my notes. So the one thing I did not make clear is that Gary Reed was initially being investigated for these improper relationships. Okay, it was in 2020 that he was found. That was a positive finding on the IG. Then in 2021, he appeared in another IG investigation, and that one was the one triggered by Elizondo, and that one is still ongoing. So this guy is the focal point for much of this. In
other words, he's a scumbag. Let's just call it a spade a spade. He's a scumbag.
Yes. Yes. And but a very professionally competent one. So he survived a long time.
Wow.
And you got to realize this guy's got probably I don't remember exactly what it is, but I think it's 2 decades. This guy is. This is not a role you want an ethically compromised individual in, by any means whatsoever.
Gotcha. What else is happening in the UFO world?
Well, the one thing I wanted to say a minute ago was just that it was great the other day. I saw Christina Gomez interview Steve Mera, and I think a lot of people don't get a chance to kind of get into his research, and I could not more heavily recommend that you do. The research he does is absolutely outstanding, and actually, Christina, I got to send you. I have some slides on that cup apport thing that he was talking about, because one of the things he talks about is this great he actually has this magnificent apport case where the teacups that were moving were from a set of 4, and so they were able to take a teacup that had allegedly appeared and disappeared, and then take a teacup from the same set that had not done that, and compare the two of them under certain conditions. And they were actually able to see differences. It actually looked similar to when something gets refired in a way. That's almost how it looked at a very low level. And so anyway, Christina, nice interview. And so I just want to mention that because that, to me, like his research, because like if you start digging into EVPs, I mean, and you haven't looked into his research, you are doing yourself such a phenomenal disservice. Some of his research on EVP is just I mean, this is the gentleman that was doing EVPs on an airplane at 30,000 feet. This is the gentleman who was getting grocery stores to open up for him during the day so that he could do EVPs in there and getting them no problem. And this guy takes a scientific approach to it, and needless to say, I adore him. But the thing is, the thing that you touched on a minute ago, which I do think deserves mention, is that there, even with so the reason why everything I was just talking about a minute ago, as far as you report, would not matter, right? Would not matter, and it might even irritate you that everyone's so excited about it, is if you had completely written off the entire, Department of Defense as any sort of source of information whatsoever. And if you only see everything they produce as intentional misinformation, if you only see everything they produce as harmful, if you don't see anything they produce as being actually constructive, then essentially, finding out about some internal squabble between a bunch of people within an organization you don't trust anyway, why does that matter to you, right? And so but I think that's what really unfortunately speaks to is what you'd mentioned a second ago, which is this continued approach people are taking, where they're kind of picking topics and they're using them to draw lines between groups and say, we like you and we don't like you, we don't like you, we don't like you, sort of a thing, right? And one of the things that to give you an example, one of the things that came up in Thomas Fessler's report yesterday was was someone reporting that they had gone into the chat room of one of the many YouTube channels that we all listen to, and I'm not going to call them out because I like them, and they'd gone into that chat room and they had said some positive things about Elizondo and they got attacked for it, right? And the thing is that one, whether you like him or not, there's no reason to attack someone who doesn't agree with you for it, right? But second off, if an environment has been safe for talking about someone, and you guys collectively change your mind, you can at least do the service of being politely disagreeing with anyone that still holds your old view, right? And this doesn't. Honestly, this speaks to what we've been talking about over and over and over again, and that is that whenever there is a vacuum of information, whenever there is a lack of real information coming out, we all invent what's missing, and we usually invent it poorly, and so then we react poorly, and it is what it is. But I think that fundamentally that's what determines whether you think this entire IG investigation is this wonderful thing that made huge progress and has all these positive ramifications. But if you only see I don't know, Stephen Greer as your path to disclosure, or if you only see interviewing experiencers as your path to disclosure, and you don't see any value whatsoever in that model, then yeah, not only would you not care, but honestly, everyone's excitement about it would probably be a little bit irritating.
Well, that's the unfortunate part, is everything has been diluted so much in topics and people choosing sides that there are very few fair territories where you can say you like someone or not like someone and get absolutely lambasted in the social media aspect regarding it, John. It's turned into a very ugly course of events where it's made a lot of people uncomfortable.
Yeah, and and the thing is that when I've seen this kind of behavior come up in smaller organizations, the only way I've really ever seen it successfully dealt with is if the people who are the subject of the disagreement are the ones that go in and force resolution. that, essentially that if you end up being a focal point of incredible strife within a community, if you become the focal point of some incredible just battle between two large groups, in many cases, and I'm not saying you necessarily have a responsibility to do it, I'm not sure you can claim that at all, but I think in many cases it's only that person that can step in and say, you guys are being nuts, and this is how we're going to do things.
Well, I mean, the idea behind everything regarding that is, how do you try and formulate people's opinions? Because there are people who feel very strongly that people like Lou Elizondo or even the scientists like Gary Nolan or Eric Davis or even Avi Loeb don't have the UFO community's best interests at heart, and they feel that. Oh, let me finish. That they feel that there should be some sort of respect back to a community, especially to those who have been investigating within this community for the last 20, 30, 40 years. All right. There is a lot of tension. You have a new wave of people who believe everything they're hearing right off the bat. Okay. Because that's what piqued their interest. And the bigger the community, the better for us. Right. But it does equal some large UFO cultural opinions and the division between them.
Yeah, but the thing is that the way you phrase something before, and you may not have intentionally to phrase it this way, but you phrase it in something along the lines of being able to influence how people make decisions, or how people come to conclusions, or how people evaluate where they are, and the things. I think this is part of the problem, is that all we can focus on is our own behavior, how we react to things, and the quality of the data we offer. How people consume it and how badly or well they process it, honestly, we don't have any control over that whatsoever. And the idea that they would try, that's manipulation. At many levels, you just offer good data, and you hope.
Yeah, but do you understand, though, where the UFO community is quite fickle regarding their opinions of UFOs, and those who come in trying to be the saviors to the field?
Well, yeah, but the thing is that what's happening for a lot of people there is that they have had things happen in their own lives, and they have constructed some sort of a narrative based on what they know and based on what they've been told, that partially or even completely explains what happened to them. And if what you believe challenges that, there's a problem. Right? Because you're not just challenging my idea, you're challenging my comfort level in my life. You're challenging how good I feel about you're challenging my anxiety levels for a lot of folks, right? So especially if people have been looking for years for an answer, and here's the rotten part of the whole thing. In the truth of it, doesn't matter if it's true. If you believe you have the answer, run with it. That's all that really matters. It's true. There's numerous studies to show this is the case, right? But everyone's so worried they have the right answer, but the whole idea that you can influence anyone else's, this is the big problem. All you can ever do is act in the way that you think is proper, and wait for people to come back to you and ask, how do you do that? Why do you do that? That I'd like to try that, and it takes a long ass time. Sorry.
That it does. But you know what? People are going to try, because that's just humanity, John. Final comment. We got about 1 minute here.
Well, that's the other aspect of it. What you just said is that at some very, very fundamental level, we have to just recognize that a lot of this is just humans being human. It's just humans humaning, and that's what we do. We human, and we do human things, and we don't like them, but that's who we are. And at some level, we do have to just kind of accept ourselves for what we are.
The fedora-wearing Jon Hudson, it is always a pleasure to have you on Spaced Out Radio. We always appreciate you coming on in and giving us your opinion of what is going on in the world around us.
Yes, my unbiased opinion.
Unbiased opinion, even though sometimes he is a little biased. But we love him anyways. That's just the fedora-wearing Jon Hudson. Let's get to Shirky Poo's news. Yeah, the news is always changing. That's why we bring you Shirky Poo's news at the back end of every show. I gotta say this. I usually don't give a care about what happens in Hollywood. All right. I think it's the most blown up, overblown sense of entitlement that we see in a long time. But you know what? Every now and again, old Davy has a crush. Yes, we're not going to tell anybody. Are we? But old Davy has a crush. And it just found out through the Huffington Post. She's getting divorced. Now, I know that Kaylee Cuoco will never, ever listen to this show or even meet old Dave. But God, I'm happy today. Yeah, Kaylee Cuoco isn't swearing off love, but she says no more marriage. That's it. She's strike 2, doesn't want strike 3. And she says she will never get married again. I would love to have a long-lasting relationship or partnership, but I will never get married again. Absolutely not. You could literally put that on the cover. But I believe in love because I've had incredible relationships. I know they're out there somewhere. I just threw in the somewhere. But I like being someone's partner and having that companionship. The actor added that she needs to figure out her priorities when it comes to future relationships. I want to change. I want to be better. I think that she needs a little bit of woo in her life. That's just me. It's just me. Just a little bit of woo in Kaylee Cuoco's life. Oh, my heart is just pounding right now. Just pounding. Could you imagine what old Davey would do if all of a sudden Kaylee Cuoco showed up at the Vegas party and started saying, hey, Dave, I listen to your show all the time. I'm telling you, I'd probably go mute. My jaw would hit the ground, and it's filthy down there. Just going to say it. I'm going to just ask her, would you like a woo shirt? Because I can give you a woo shirt. Can I give you an autograph, Kaylee Cuoco? I'm telling you, it's a good day. It's a good day for me. Kaylee Cuoco, single again. Oh, just let me daydream here for a minute. Speaking of weddings, we all have seen a few creepy things in our time, but this one dude seems to have taken the absolute cake. Macedonio Perez was working on site in Washington State as a water well driller when he spotted something very strange in the woods. Wondering what it was, he went to have a look. And, well, it didn't end well. Luckily for him, he's alive and lived to tell the tale. Glad he didn't have a heart attack. And we're thankful that he's also not been cursed by some paranormal spirit. But when he got close to this object, he realized it was human-shaped. Once I was a few feet from it, I saw that it was a wedding dress, he says, covered in moss. The base of it was broken open, and inside were toasters, hair curlers, melted candles, and fresh flowers, while it was surrounded by barbed wire. There was also blackberry bushes growing through the chest cavity and moss covering the whole thing. Yeah, this wedding dress, somebody was pissed off that they got divorced, put it that way. It seems to have been there for a while, except for the fresh flowers. He took pictures of the bizarre discovery and shared the spooky snaps on Facebook, explaining that he had found it while working on a site that it had been abandoned for about 20 to 30 years. The post racked up 1,100 likes, hundreds of comments. Baffled viewers couldn't figure out what it was all about. One person said, OMG, that's so weird, especially to be out there in the middle of the woods. Jilted bride, maybe? You think? She literally stood her dress up. It's standing there. It's not even moving. It's gross. My God, that poor lady. Poor lady. Well, careful who you're kissing. A Houston dentist now says cavities can be contagious and spread through kissing. Dr. Tasneem Mahmood has said this in a video on her TikTok. She filmed herself saying, thinking about the kiss that I gave my husband, even though he has cavities, and that's on cavities being contagious. Mahmood told people not to stop kissing, just to make sure they floss and brush and rinse their mouths out with fresh water after. Previous studies have reinforced Mahmood's claims. In 1993, study of married couples found cavities, which are primarily caused by bacteria that clings to teeth, creating acid that destroys those teeth. Terrible. All right, moving on here. An Ontario county reprogrammed a digital sign park that asked if you've seen my wheels. The County of Wellington said in a Twitter post that the wheels from the digital signs trailer vanished while it was parked on the shoulder of Wellington Road 19 in Bellwood. The sign message was programmed to read, "Have you seen my wheels?" The county said the sign was being used to warn drivers of their speed on the road when somebody decided to say, screw this, stole the tires, and moved on. And finally tonight, in Trail, BC, about 8 hours southeast of me, this man woke up to his car being mangled, couldn't find the culprit till they saw old Yogi walking away. Yeah, Michael Allison said a bear ripped up his car. Yep, got the photos, scratch marks, bite marks, the interior shredded, all looking for some sort of food. He says we both immediately came to the assumption it must be a bear because we see it so often. And, well, it just ripped the door off and climbed on in. Tell that to ICBC. Thank you to Shirky Poo for the news. Thank you to the fedora-wearing Jon Hudson and Swamp Dweller for making Hour 3 so special. And from the Ohio Night Stalkers, Michael Miller, talking about all things Sasquatch out of Ohio. We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother is Watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at home, at work, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone in our chat rooms tonight. YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, Spreaker, the Space Travelers Club, and on Twitter at hashtag Spaced Out Radio. Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends, we own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Yes, the Woo Train has docked for the night. But soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, we've got room for them too. Good night. All right, Friday night. Who's hanging out? If you want to come join me, you're more than welcome. I'll put it in here. You want to come join me? Hold on. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Just click on the link. You can come join me. Hang on out with old Davey. ask some questions, tell some tales. Oh, there we go. Let's get things going here. Dave's just going to be editing the show, so if you want to come play, you're more than welcome to. My parents actually had that happen to them. Oh, Christina Gomez, you got your PJs on. Just show up. I've got my pajamas on, too. Oh, you got to work at 6 a.m., you poor thing. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. Monday you will, but Monday I won't. Oh, there's Paisley Town. Monday you will, but Monday I won't. Hey, Paisley, I'm going to get you to turn your YouTube off. Oh, there's Paisley Town. Hi, Paisley.
Hi, Dave Scott.
How are you?
I'm awesome. How are you?
I'm good. Long time, no time. How you been?
Pretty good. Busy. How about you?
Good. My favorite numerologist, people, Paisley frickin' Town out of Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada.
Did Merle tell you that we had like a mini investigation?
No, Merle doesn't fill me in with what happens down there.
He's so busy.
I like it that way.
Yeah. What's new with you?
Nothing. We're getting ready to go to Las Vegas next week for the SOR fan party. And just got to get to the airport early enough so I can get my nose goblins tested for the vid, and then we'll be good to go.
Oh, that sounds fun. Maybe I'll go next year.
You totally should.
Yeah.
You totally should.
Because it sounds
Hey,
like
there's Cherry Pepsi Mike. What's happening? The man who invented the piano key tie and has the stains on it to prove it. Every second key is filled with Chinese food and Indian food and all that kind of stuff. But anyways. So Paisley, what's new in the numerology world?
What's new in the numerology world?
How's your numbers?
My numbers are good. Your numbers are coming up next month, eh? Your birthday's coming up.
I know. Do I get a birthday reading from you on my birthday show?
Yeah, you should do that. I
right.
I gave Merle a reading for his birthday.
Lordy, Merle is 40.
It was pretty fun. We did that for an hour, actually.
I like Merle.
I think it was his first time having a reading with me.
And how'd it go? Well, you can't really tell us.
Well, it was interesting. I got to meet Sandra.
Oh, the draw.
Yeah.
AKA Bingo.
Is that her name? Bingo?
That's what we call her. Bingo.
Your studio's pretty full over there, Dave Scott.
No, I'm going to be switching it up here soon. Just haven't had the energy to do it.
Yeah.
But soon the studio will be, excuse me, it'll be turned around. So the area that you're looking at behind me now will actually be facing me.
Right.
Yeah. And then I don't know if I'm going to buy a green screen or just put something on the walls. I haven't figured out the look I want yet. I mean, green screens are kind of cool because they give you so much options, but I'm debating.
It looks like you have long hair on top and shaved underneath. Is that what's going on there?
Yes. That's what's going on.
couldn't decide if you wanted it short or long.
No, my hair gets so thick that it starts to hurt.
Yeah.
So I have to make the line underneath.
Right. The last time I saw you in person, you had short hair.
Very short hair.
It was at the Paragon.
That long ago? Is that a Cooper's Paracon? Mine.
That was yours.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
By
the way,
yeah.
I have an interesting story about that. Here's a little Dave gossip. Remember, I think, because you and I have talked on the phone, but shortly after that Paracon, there was a psychic who moved into town here, and she is like really, really from the dark side.
Oh.
And she tried to get me kicked out of doing my ghost tour and all of this kind of stuff. Like she came to one of our tours specifically to move spirits over, and I caught her doing it.
And she just decided to do this on her own without
yeah. Well,
permission?
she started lying, saying that the spirits wanted her to do it. I'm like, no, they haven't. She's like, oh, yes, they have. And I'm like, no, they haven't. I said, we've had so many psychics come through here that and read this place for safety, that one of them would have been told, and nobody's ever been told. So don't pull that bullshit. And anyways, this lady started dragging my name through the mud. So you remember Corey, who I did the conference with,
Yes.
here, her and I haven't talked since the conference. Really. And she called me up out of the blue saying that she went for a reading with this lady, and this lady told her to stay away from me because I was evil and all dark energy, and that I shouldn't be approached because of what I do on my radio show, and I'm very dangerous for people contacting spirits.
I think that gnome in your background is more dangerous than you, Dave.
Yeah.
That little gnome.
Oh, there's another part to that story as well, that she gave a reading to someone else, and basically, I'm going to say this. I get really mad when I say this, so I'm not going to make it very long. But this other lady who helped us out on the ghost tour went for a reading with her when she got a certain disease. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And the lady told her it was my fault because I was not cleansing people at the ghost tour.
Wow.
Yeah. So she tried to convince this lady that I gave her breast cancer because I did not understand or know what we were dealing with at the museum.
I think you should stay away from this crazy person.
Oh, she's a fucking nut bar. And so that, I mean, how do you put that on someone? Seriously, how do you put cancer on someone? My listeners, Paisley, have never heard this. I have literally bit my tongue on this one. Bit my tongue.
Yeah, that's probably the best way to go with it. You don't even want to open up a can of worms. Like it's just, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that has even happened.
I mean, that is just absolutely sickening. Sickening. Right?
I guess some people, if they're not working in integrity, they might want to become or make themselves feel like they're more powerful. So perhaps they.
Yeah. I have had so many people come up to me and said, I got a reading from this lady. Never again. Never again.
Wow. That's really sad.
Yeah. And, but hey, you know what? To each their own. Some people have to learn the hard way. And, unfortunately, she felt that I needed to be the beating stick that she needed. Give me 2 seconds. I got to clean up some audio after Jon decided to talk here at the beginning.
Oh, Christina, loved your interview Sorry. Christina, loved your interview of Oh, Christina, loved your interview.
Sorry, I had to fix that. Damn, Jon.
He felt really bad.
Come on, man. Come on.
So, I'm just in this new StreamYard screen.
Yeah.
Do we have any listeners right now listening to us?
Oh, yeah.
Hi, everybody.
There's 128 people on right now listening to us.
Oh my gosh. Wow. A lot of new listeners in your chat room.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're pretty cool.
Yeah.
They're pretty cool. And it keeps getting more and more.
Good. I'm so glad.
It's kind of fun. We're not where we want to be yet, but we are having good people here. That's for sure.
Yeah, everybody was very nice.
Oh, yeah. You need to come in more.
I should.
You totally should.
I'm a night owl. I should be on here a couple times a week.
You should. If anybody wants to join Paisley and I, she's not doing readings, but if you want to come hang out with us, I just put the link back in the chat room there. Come hang out. Come hang out with us.
Yeah, I'm not going to do readings.
No, I'm not asking you to.
No.
It's too late.
It's too late.
Chili 8B7 from the UK. Good morning. Fish Tropic Canada. Welcome. How you doing, man? The Quick. How you doing? Where else are we here? Acreon. How you doing? No, it wasn't her that cursed me. It was a different witch that cursed me a number of years ago.
Are you calling me a witch?
No, you didn't curse me. This was before I met you. The gorgeous Candy Romero, welcome back. Yeah, I got cursed by the lady who was on the farm, who I never mentioned her name, who lived on the farm where most of my experiences happen.
Right. I gave you a good reading last time I read for you.
You did.
Do you remember?
Not after a show and my brain being fried.
No.
You can fill in the audience, though.
Well, I was, we were on the phone and I did a tarot reading for you.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the cards came up about somebody named Michael. Does that ring a bell?
Yes.
Yes. It was a good reading.
Yes, it was. Now I remember.
You were really surprised that it came up with a name.
Here's the gorgeous Dee Swiger. How are you, Dee?
Well, I'm great, or at least my avatar is in here because I'm in bed and it's dark. And if I try to show you me, it's just going to be dark. So there you go. Anyway, I thought I'd take a chance and just come on in.
Well, you could say hi to Paisley.
Hi, Dee.
Hi, Paisley.
How are you?
Hi. So you're a numerologist. Well, that's really handy because I might need my numerology done at some point. I know a little bit about that. I used to be on the psychic prayer circuit. I know pretty much about all of the disciplines that you find at these places. I've been around, man.
You sound like you might be from the Midwest. Where are you from?
I'm actually from Ohio.
Oh.
I'm in Ohio as well. But I've been around.
I grew up in
So,
Detroit.
okay, so yeah, here I am in the land of weird, men, and we have hot and cold running weird in Ohio. It's just one of those great places if you're into the paranormal, because yeah,
By the way, people asking for Paisley's website, I have put that in the chat room, paisleytown.com. And Pinzer Flactum, looking lovely tonight. Thank you for joining us. Pinzer
hi,
Flactum.
Pinzer. So I never I thought tonight, what the heck? I might as well, since next week's going to be the last week before Vegas, and we might lose you to whatever her name was, that if she shows up that you're going to drop.
I know.
And then never come back.
I'm willing to take that chance. I'm willing to take that chance.
I looked her picture up. She's pretty gorgeous.
Yeah, she is 100% gorgeous. 100% gorgeous.
It's okay to have a Hollywood crush. I think everybody has a Hollywood crush.
I don't anymore.
Who did you used to crush on, Dee?
Jason Momoa for a little while.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, I like looking at him. I can't lie.
Jason Momoa. He is hot.
Yeah, he is. I mean, I still like looking at him. It's a ridiculous crush, but yeah.
Jason Momoa honestly should be illegal. He is way too hot to be real. He should be illegal.
Agreed, Dave. I tell you, when I first saw him, I'm like, holy cow, he's a real guy. And then he plays like these parts that, yeah, he's a lot better looking than some of the muscly guys out there. I don't want my contribution to be strictly about that kind of thing, though. I just wanted to say, from Ohio, Dave, it's like we've got so much going on here. One of these days, we got to have something going on out in Ohio. We should have some meeting out in Ohio.
You know what? We'll see where it goes. I have been to Ohio. Believe it or not, I have been. And I actually went to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame when I was there last. And I was really upset because my friends who drove me in there from Pittsburgh, we drove right past Jacobs Field, and the Yankees were playing the Twins. Or not the Twins, sorry, the Indians. I don't know what they're called now. But I'm a diehard Yankees fan. And I'm like, can we go to the ball game? And they were like, no, we got to get going. And I'm like, no. But Ohio, like that Ohio, West Virginia, Pennsylvania area, that little triangle there, that's pretty wicked in there and pretty cool. I would love to spend more time in there. I really would.
Well, you'd certainly be welcome. And I have been trying to figure out how to get that to happen too, to get something to happen here. And maybe that is in the future, because I used to help organize events a long time ago. So I know how that's done. And so I could probably put something together if I had enough helpers. But it would take some work.
Well, you know what? We're going to we're on a real nice trend right now where we're growing. We're not growing as fast as I would love to, but I'm very satisfied, overly satisfied where we are going and the way we're trending. Now, where we are right now to do a tour, say in a localized state, the reason why we're doing the Vegas thing is everybody kind of mostly likes Vegas for one reason or another. And it's easy for people to get there. It's usually cheaper flights, and things like that. So that's kind of why we did what we did there. And but for people, like, when you start taking it out of the middle, that's where things kind of start to get expensive for people, even myself. And like with Vegas, SOR isn't paying a thing for me. I'm paying for it all because it's my little present to me to spend it with all the fans, right? And that's why I said, like, whoever wants to come along can come along. But when you start moving it into the areas like out east, then the flights get more expensive, and there's a good chance the West Coast or the Mountain Time people don't come out there. Whereas everybody doesn't have a lot of people don't have a problem just saying, screw it, let's go to Vegas. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, it's fantastically expensive out there for me. I mean, compared to Ohio, I've been out that way. It's fantastically too expensive in Vegas for me to show up.
I would like to, if we did do something, we're probably 2 years away, D. And I just, like, if we were at that, say, 30,000 to 50,000 mark on YouTube, and we're trending that way, hopefully by the end of the year, we'll have 20,000 people. The way it's going, maybe more. Then I can see trying to set something up for the East Coast people, which will be really, really cool. Because believe it or not, we do get a lot of East Coast people or Eastern time zone people tuning in. We really do. And I think it would be great to be able to do something like that because I love Ohio. I would love to go back there. Where in Ohio are you?
Oh, I'm in Kent, Ohio.
Okay.
Kent, Ohio, you know, where the Four Dead in Ohio song is about.
Yeah, okay. Kent State University.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so what city is that by?
I'm near Akron, probably closest to Akron.
Okay. Akron, and then it goes Akron and then Cleveland, correct?
It's the Akron, Cleveland area. Yeah, those are the two closest. Akron, Cleveland, Canton.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've driven in that area.
Yeah. We put on the first comic fantasy when I was in college. We put on the first comic fantasy gaming convention that ever happened in Akron.
Oh, very cool.
So, and we were very successful at it. But I tell you, an event like that takes a lot of helpers. You need a lot of gophers. So, but yeah, we did it, man. We were the very first ones to do it. That was my group. I'm pretty happy about it. I'm pretty proud of that.
Mm-hmm.
But I haven't done that in ages. So, I mean, you know, it's not my thing now. But really, I hope to, I hope to meet more people in the field too, and be able to travel myself a little more. Right now, I'm not traveling much because I've had bad health and some other stuff go on, but I'm feeling better. So who knows? Maybe eventually I'll be traveling more.
Well,
I used to live. Yeah, I'd love to be out there and visit Vegas, but it's just way too much right now. But anyway, but we're here for woo, right? We're here for woo. And just to tell you, Ohio is full of woo for anybody who's curious. We have, in fact, when Duke described the kind of terrain that Sasquatch likes, it's like, oh, wow, I'm living in Sasquatch Wonderland right here. This is like ideal terrain for them. Food, game, waterways, thick forests to hide and everything they need. And I believe I have had some contact with the Sasquatch, but I have to get back in touch again. I think I'll be doing that this summer. But just about every kind of woo I've been involved in. We have like every other basement is haunted, it seems like, around here. We have all kinds of haunted places. We have UFOs showing up, especially over the Great Lakes. We have all kinds of cryptids. We're just filled with cryptids. You can ask Stu. He probably knows all about that. And so and a lot of other weird stuff too, and the Rock Hall of Fame, which is way cool. So
when I went through the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, oh God, this is going back 10 years ago now. I couldn't believe it. Like walking through there, and they go through the Jimi Hendrix side, and there's the lyrics on the pizza box to Voodoo Child. I mean, in the
gosh, yeah.
I almost got thrown out because I took a picture of Slash's top hat. Cameras in there.
Do you know I once won a karaoke contest? I won enough money to go down to New Orleans by singing a Guns N' Roses song, actually.
Nice.
Yes.
Nice.
Welcome to the jungle. I actually did that one well enough that I won the contest and got enough money to go down to visit New Orleans. So, yeah, I'm way too happy tonight. I'm giddy tonight. I had a glass of sangria, so
my goodness.
Now I'm a dangerous woman. What about you, Paisley? Do you like sangria?
Chad, I'll be right back.
I do not drink alcohol.
Oh, you don't drink alcohol at all?
No.
Well, some people don't. My friend Paul is a shaman and does not. But I do. I don't have a problem with it, though. I end up being a very happy person when it hits me. I don't turn into an idiot.
Oh, that's good. I've been in your neck of the woods a little bit. I've been to Sandusky. That's near you, right?
Sandusky, yeah. Sandusky is up by Cleveland. Yeah, that's part of Cleveland area.
We mostly spent our time at Cedar Point.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Cedar Point's a really big attraction. Mm-hmm. That when I was a kid, that was where we all wanted to go all the time. And we had a lot of them around here. We had a lot of nice parks. The thing that I love about living in Ohio, where I live near a bog, but actually where I am here in Kent, everywhere you go, there's a park. There's a park in every direction. And Ohio is just weird like that. It's like there's city, country, city, forest, just all over, just like right next to each other. You can go, if you go like 5-10 minutes in any direction, you're out in the country. And then, another 10 minutes and you're back in the city again. And it's kind of neat. And so I kind of like the ability to switch back and forth between them, because I really like natural places, but I like my conveniences too. So,
of course.
Yeah.
I live in Vancouver, just a few hours north of Seattle in Canada, and we have a lot of forest areas. We're kind of lucky where we are here because it's a quick trip to the beach, it's a quick trip to the ocean, it's a quick trip to the forest. We have a lot of city space, but there's quite a bit of nature all around us in all directions. We've got the mountains and the valleys. It's beautiful here.
Oh, it sounds nice. It sounds lovely. I you know what? I haven't been there, but I have been to Oregon.
Right.
And Oregon is a beautiful with the ocean right there and the mountains and everything. And Do you have any giant redwoods up there?
We have a
Where
lot of
you
cedar
are?
trees here, mainly cedar trees.
Oh, okay. Because one thing that impressed me that we don't have here, I love the giant old trees. There's something about them, they're very magical. Some
No
of these
doubt.
old growth forests are very, very magical. And I
Hmm.
feel more at home there than anywhere. What about you?
I like the forest, but I'm really drawn to the water, like waterfalls or ocean or rivers or streams. I grew up near Detroit and had never seen the ocean. So when I came out here, it was pretty amazing. I'm very much drawn to water sources. But having said that, I mean, I love the desert too. So
Mhm.
yeah,
Well,
I
it's kind of
go ahead.
Oh, I said, well, it's kind of cool when you live in somewhere where you can see so many different kinds of terrain and probably have so many different kinds of experiences. I
Hmm.
mean, because there are different creatures that show up, and in the woo community, there are different creatures that show up in say a forest than would show up on in a desert or by the ocean. So,
Yeah.
you have an entirely different sort of, well, it's a different sort of vibe too. I love the ocean too. I love the water. Yeah. It's, I'm not like Dave. I'm not afraid of that a shark's going to get me.
I'm not
Um,
afraid of sharks either. It's so worth it to spend time in the ocean. It's amazing.
yeah, it's very healing. Nature
Mhm.
is healing. And, that's the thing about it. If people just get out into nature more, they find that they're so much calmer. That was the bad thing about, you know, not being able to we weren't allowed to be walking around loose outside for a while here during some of these times that we won't speak about, but too much. But, I'm there like, no, I want to be outside. It's where I feel the calmest,
Oh,
you
that's
know.
good. And I can
Yeah,
understand why you'd be drawn to the trees then for sure.
yeah. Oh, I'm a nature girl. Yeah, for sure. And like I said, I'm pretty sure I had these things happen to tell me I was in touch with Sasquatch. I didn't know I was, but what I was hearing was, I guess, mind speak. I didn't even know about this. I guess who I'd been talking to out in the woods all these years, a lot of the time it was the Sasquatch. I thought I didn't know who I was talking to. I didn't know who my thoughts were going to.
Right.
Apparently, it was them. And I'm wondering if you ever had anything like that happen.
I have not had any experiences like that. Nothing like that. I'm not I haven't I wouldn't want to find anything in the forest like that. That would freak me out. No.
Well, it scared me at one time. I mean, it wasn't really in my. I don't know, not really scared. It was more like I wasn't really interested in that because I think it would be I thought it would be kind of creepy. Uh, to have that. Not that I haven't seen enough creepy stuff. I mean, I was clearing houses and kicking things out of people's, getting rid of hauntings and stuff for years. I did that kind of work. Free, by the way. I didn't charge for that. But I did that kind of work. So I've seen a lot of really spooky stuff. But for some reason, a giant hairy person or a dog man or something, that kind of got me. It's like, I don't know if I really want to see that. But then I've heard more stories. And I suppose if they were friendly, that wouldn't bother me then. I mean, if they were not trying to be scary, I'd probably be fine with it. But it turns out from hearing the stories that I've had experiences that I didn't know I had. You know, I had
Right.
no idea that this was a Sasquatch that I was dealing with. I mean, I didn't know that this strange yowl in the way up ahead of me and the stones being thrown, the little gravel being thrown in my path. I didn't know that was a Sasquatch thing. I didn't know the X structures or any of the other stuff about Sasquatch. So to me, this was just something that happened a long time ago in the woods. It had nothing whatsoever to do with, I never would have thought of Bigfoot. I didn't connect the two.
Right,
But then when I heard the stories, and I'm like, wait a minute, that kind of thing happened to me. This is why it's so important that we tell our stories, is because then we figure out what happened to us too, and then we know that we weren't going crazy, right?
We're all connected, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've done some clearings, space clearing for families and people that have had activity. Merle and I were just on a space clearing recently.
Good old Merle.
Good old Merle.
Merle.
Yep. Actually, when we did this, it wasn't an investigation. We just did a clearing for a family, and so not a lot of equipment. It was about 2 weeks ago, and we were on the 49th floor of a high rise in downtown Vancouver. Amazing view. Merle got scratched in the face.
How does something, because the 49-story buildings are usually pretty new, how does something paranormal happen up there if it's pretty new?
Well, that's a really good question, Dave. That'd be a good question to ask Mike. I guess there's a couple different things that could take place. It could be somebody who's perhaps on that property before the building gets built, or possibly somebody bringing something with them into a property.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right? Like there's a few different scenarios there. It was down on Richard Street, right downtown.
Right. I love Richard Street.
Mm-hmm. A very busy, metro. I'm so tired.
Metro area.
Yes. A busy metro area. There was a couple people in the chat room that were making some comments earlier. We had somebody in the chat room that used to live in North Vancouver with an interesting name. Was it Filthy? Is that one of your listeners? And Patrick. There you go. And Patrick Vaughn was asking if I've ever done readings in or near a mental health facility. I have not. I have never done that. One thing that's interesting, Dave, and maybe I'll ask you this question. So people that have mental health issues sometimes get accused of, hearing voices or talking to people. Do you think that people that are fragile like that could be talking to spirit?
I think so.
I agree.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think the medical community doesn't really understand that some people are very connected.
There's Vaughn.
Hi, Patrick.
Well, I mean, people are not given really good instructions about any of this or any kind of good preparedness for any of this. And I have, as a matter of fact, when I went to New Orleans, it was really clear to me. I met some mental patients in New Orleans. I have a very long story about how all this happened, but it was really clear to me that this guy was seeing a lot of the stuff that was there that I was seeing psychically. I mean, I was seeing it in the astral, but he was seeing it like it was in front of him, but he was seeing the same thing. So was he really crazy, or did he just blow out all his filters? He kept saying, I blew up my brain on drugs. I think what happened in his case was he blew his filters out and could not distinguish between what he was seeing in the other plane of in the etheric, and what he was seeing, in the 3D. And that was his problem. But everything that he mentioned that he saw, I could see it too. Just I knew it wasn't out here with us in 3D. It was, on the other level. It was a third eye type of thing. So it was as if his third eye was stuck permanently open and he couldn't make the distinction. Just my 2 cents about that.
I've run into lots of people who have, who are very, I want to say like empaths and, people that are just very sensitive to other people in their environment, and they don't know too much about like how to protect themselves and that kind of thing. Hey, Patrick, what do you think about that?
Well, I worked in a mental health facility for 27 years, and I saw a lot of things. I heard a lot of things, that made me guess, really made me question, what's going on around us. And I would quite often have patients tell me there was somebody behind me. They would literally tell me what I was thinking at that moment. They were talked a lot about UFOs, and you know what? I was never one to doubt them. I think we should all be open to everything. But the whole facility itself, what fascinated and terrified me at the same time was just a lot of things that happened around. Where I'd go explore at night. You got night shift, there's hardly anybody up, and you'd be able to go around and see what's going on. And so many times I had the feeling that somebody was watching me. I heard pianos play with nobody in rooms. I've just witnessed all kinds of stuff. But there's a thought that the mentally ill are actually the sane people, and we, the ones who can't see everything they see, are the people who need the help.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very interesting. That's why I ask if you've ever done a reading near or in. They actually did a couple movies out there, and I know the actors and actresses or actors period were terrified at times to even be in the buildings.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I have not. There's quite a few people that work on some of the paranormal teams that I've gone out with that have made some videos and done some investigations in, I guess, Dave, you might know, is it Coquitlam or Port Coquitlam where Riverview used to be?
Port Coquitlam.
Port Coquitlam, okay.
They've done some work near where a facility used to be that's been shut down. It's pretty active. I was going to say haunted, but that's not exactly right.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I caught a video of a ghost that I've misplaced and I cannot find it. But it didn't frighten me when I took the video. I just happened to be walking by, saw this light and took the video, and it didn't frighten me. And just all kinds of things happened out there. Like, we would keep getting phone calls from a certain phone. We actually had to have security go look. And the woo factor is they went into a room that was flooded. In the middle of the room was a phone on a chair, just barely above water, and the phone was unplugged from the wall. And that's where the phone calls kept coming from.
Weird.
There was actually a staff who quit over that. She just said, enough of this. I can't take this. Because it was night after night, call after call.
Wow, that's incredible.
Nothing freaky about that.
Not at all. Not at all. Yeah,
Shut up.
nothing freaky about being in a washroom using the facilities and hearing the tune "Mary Had a Little Lamb" played out on a piano in a locked room.
Wow.
I don't have much hair, but it stood up what was left of it, I'll tell you. But it's very interesting. And you were talking about the big trees. So if you ever want to go see big trees, where you want to go is to Fino on Vancouver Island. It's one of the most beautiful places, and you're going to see the big trees.
Oh yeah.
And Dave can attest to that.
I used to coach hockey in Port Alberni, and I lived in Parksville. So I had to go through Cathedral Grove like 2-3 times a week. The trees are so big there that literally they tell you that do not stop your vehicle because when you're going through Cathedral Grove, because when the winds picked up, it could blow the trees over. And they didn't want people stopping.
No.
Yeah, you don't want to be crushed by one of those trees. It would be not a good situation. But it's a beautiful area.
Are you on the island, Patrick?
No, I'm actually in Edmonton, Alberta. I've spent a lot of time on the island. I've spent a lot of time traveling the U.S. I just like being different places, new experiences. And, one of the most beautiful places I've ever been is Montana. I love it there. I've been through a couple ghost towns there. And the night sky is just unparalleled. It's absolutely amazing.
Big sky.
Big sky.
Yeah, I'd love to go to Montana. Dave,
what I love about living where I live, except with the church lights that are blinding me.
What are you showing us pictures of, Dave, on your screen?
This is our nightly routine of looking for animals off these live camera feeds out of Africa.
Oh, wow.
Last night we had an elephant get charged by hippos in the water. That was kind of cool.
Insane. I want to give a shout out to Sandra in the chat room.
Hi, Sandra. Hi, Sandra.
I'm not logged in, so I can't chat back, but I'm reading the comments for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Otherwise, I'm just kind of hanging on out. I've got all the downloads already done.
Chilling out. Good. Dave, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Really quick. I missed kind of some of what John was talking about, Lou Elizondo, earlier. What the controversy was. If you could just really quickly give me the crib notes.
Well, basically, the guy who just got fired, Jerry Reed, or Gary Reed, or whatever his name is, he is the one who was Elizondo's boss, and he apparently did not like the fact that Elizondo left and went public with what he did, which was supposed to be a secret program. Although he wasn't breaking his NDA on it. And so this guy allegedly is the one who may have told people to get rid of Elizondo's emails and everything. I mean, we don't know, but allegedly this is the guy who is trying to ruin Elizondo to shut up the whole UFO talk.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you for that.
No problem.
Paisley, what kind of readings do? You do tarot cards? You do...
Well, I never knew the rules that most psychics learn tarot first and then specialize in something. I just never knew what the rules were. So I didn't learn tarot till after I was doing readings for about 10 years. But I started off doing psychometry, which is jewelry readings.
Right.
So sometimes people will bring me a photograph inside a sealed envelope, or they'll have a piece of jewelry that belonged to a loved one, or a piece of jewelry that belonged to themselves, or even sometimes a set of keys or a belt buckle.
Right.
And before COVID, I used to hold on to the jewelry and I would call it like a vibration or an energy from the object. And when I do that, I usually read with my eyes closed. And in addition to the psychometry, I guess I should say since COVID, I've been doing most of my readings on Zoom, and I've been able to still do psychometry even though I'm not holding on to the object. I can,
Right.
if the client, like for example, Patrick, if you had, your grandfather's watch or something, I would have you hold it, and then I just tune into the energy and do the reading that way. But I
Right.
specialize mainly in numerology readings, which are kind of scientific, and I use my intuition to provide information to people, sometimes medical intuition or information about a current situation or relationship that the person's that's going on for the person.
Right.
So yeah, I do tarot and oracle as well, but mainly just for big events and parties.
Right.
Mostly my clients are numerology, psychic intuitive, or psychometry.
Right. And you'd mentioned you do clearings.
Yeah, not very often, but sometimes I do something called feng shui consultations. I help people create good energy in their space. And quite often people will call me when they need a clearing. They might move into a new property. This client that Merle and I went and did a clearing for, I asked him to come along with me and film it because there was some issues at the property. So it was a client that I have cleared her space. She's moved 3 times in the last 10 years. And so 3 different times I did a clearing at her new house. So we just cleared her space again.
Very interesting. Have you ever worked, say, on a graveyard, creating a vortex of peace and love around it, or if that even makes sense to you?
I haven't worked on a graveyard, but I'm very drawn to cemeteries and graveyards. Ever since I was a little girl, that kind of energy just seems so cool to me. What about you, Dave? Do you think graveyards are pretty cool?
I think they attract cryptid monsters because I think the cryptid monsters. Hey, where did Dee Swagger go?
She's gone. It's
Yeah, she
late
must.
there.
But I think cryptid monsters are kind of like guardians of areas of massive death. By the way, a couple people wondering, Paisley, what is numerology?
Well, maybe they have to tune in around your birthday so I can do your numerology reading. Numerology is basically the study of numbers. It's based on Pythagorean theory. I should let people know before I tell you a little bit about numerology that I'm dyslexic with numbers and I do numerology. So it's kind of a unique situation for me. Numerology. So the name Dave is different than the name David. So the name David is the energy of a 1 name, and the name Dave is the energy of a 6. And someone who's got a name that's a 6 is has different energy than someone who has the name of a 1. So I would say David would be a stronger teacher type personality, whereas Dave would be more of an empath, more of a sensitive. So the different numbers carry different energy. It's based on someone's name and someone's birthday. So sometimes people hire me to name their children when their children are born. Or if they're going to open a company, they might hire me to help them choose a business name if they have a couple names lined up, which one would be more lucrative, that kind of thing.
Very cool. Very cool.
It speaks a lot to communication styles, relationships, different kind of career paths that people would do better in. Quite a lot of information, actually.
Right.
After I
Interesting.
had a numerology reading, I legally changed my name to Paisley Town. Because
Okay.
my name and my birthday were not balanced.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's
Have
pretty
you ever-
fascinating.
Have you ever done a live reading?
Dave, have I ever done a live reading?
Yep.
Oh, you have? Okay. I was
Yeah.
going to say I would volunteer myself.
Readings on our shows here.
Yeah, for about 2.5 years. Every Sunday night, I was on Dave Scott's show.
Okay.
There was a different person that was running the show at that time who's not working with Dave anymore. But we used to do a show called Two Mediums and a Large.
Okay.
Get it? Mediums.
Two mediums.
Two mediums and a large. So I used to do live readings on Spaced Out Radio for about 2.5 years every week.
Right.
Yeah.
That person's name actually came up to me from Merle today.
Oh, isn't that funny?
Yeah. And you know what else is funny about it? Is apparently that person is going around saying he is the co-founder of Spaced Out Radio.
Oh, wow. Lucky him.
News to me. Because the person who was inquiring to Merle was like, hey, I hear he's the co-founder of SOR. And Merle's like, no, he hosted the weekends there, but not a co-founder.
He's allegedly the co-founder, Dave.
Allegedly.
This makes me shake my head.
Well, if you ever wanted to do another live one, I would volunteer and I would pay you, of course, for a numerology reading. I've never had one done, and I find it fascinating, though.
It is fascinating.
I've had a lot of readings done, a great variety of them, and you know, I've experienced a lot of different things in my life. One thing I forgot to tell you, Dave, when I was talking about the orbs yesterday, was I have a graveyard behind me. So
wow.
I don't know if that played into it or not, but overall that whole experience was positive for me. So I go through a lot of positive experiences. So yeah, Paige, I'd love to get a reading from you, and I got your contact information now, so
sure,
I will give you a call.
That sounds great. Shoot me an email. My number's on that website too.
Okay, fantastic.
You're not too far. Calgary is not too far. Or you're in
Edmonton.
Right.
Don't say Calgary, Edmonton.
My bad.
Calgary's a dirty word.
Yeah, Paige, what are you thinking?
I almost
moved, when it comes to hockey.
I almost moved to Fox Creek a few years ago. I'm glad I didn't do that.
Fox Creek, okay.
Well, guys, I'm going to wrap things up here because I am getting tired. And
Dave, that was a fun show.
Tomorrow, I have literally been in my studio since 10 o'clock this morning, and I'm going to be honest with you, I am sick of looking at it in here.
Yeah. I don't blame you, Dave.
Yeah. Adam's on his way to Calgary right now. He's trucking along. Give us a honk there, Adam. Give us a honk.
Thank you to everybody who joined us tonight, too, after the show.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks for everyone. Thank you, Paisley. Really appreciate your input and the information you provided. And Dave, thank you for having me on.
All the time, Vaughn.
My pleasure.
All the time. All right, Paisley, you hold on behind the scenes here. I'm just going to get you situated for the birthday show, and then I will send the rest of you on home. Thank you to Shelly, Adam, Tater ×2, Dry Toast, Cat Chaser, Judy, Jeremy, Jennifer, Hank, and Christina for the lovely super chats tonight. Very much appreciated. Don't forget After Hours this weekend. Gemma Jade with Enzo and the fedora wearing Jon Hudson. And I'll see you on Monday. 3 more shows until Vegas. I'm looking forward to it. See you guys.